Welcome, everybody, to Highland City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 3rd. We're going to start out with our invocation by Councilmember Courtney, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Smith.
God our Father, we gather today with penitent yet joyous hearts. We know that we have fallen short both in what we have done and in what we have failed to do. And yet we rejoice, knowing that you are always present to run toward us and welcome us as we are with loving arms, and to grant us the strength, wisdom, and grace to be better people tomorrow. We do not always listen with open ears. At times, we close our eyes to what we need to see. At our worst, we harden our hearts, even against those we love. When we close our ears, hear for us. When we close our eyes, be our sight. And when we try to harden our hearts, fill us with your love. And at all times, help us to see the world and those around us through the lens of your holy wisdom. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Please rise and follow in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will start out. The first thing that we'll have tonight is unscheduled public appearances. Before that, though, I just wanted to remind everybody that Highland City is committed to civility and respect, and all are asked to act and speak accordingly. So unscheduled appearances are time for anybody who is in the audience who has any opinions or anything, ideas, thoughts, concerns about anything going on, to let us know what you're thinking. We do have two public hearing items tonight. These are action items 4A and 4B. And so if you are here to speak on those two items, you can wait until that item is presented. But anything else now would be the appropriate time for those comments. So we've got 3 comment cards. Anybody else is also welcome to go grab a comment card in the back and fill it out and still comment, or you're also welcome to comment without filling out a comment card if you would like. So we'll start though with those comment cards that we have, and we have Alexandra, Taylor, and then Howard. So we'll start with those 3 and we'll go from there. And Alexandra, while you are on your way up, we are happy that you're here and we'll never get tired of hearing from you.
I might get tired of being here. I'm just kidding.
Whoa, no way.
No, I'm just kidding. But no, my husband is going to be tired of me being here. That's what I should have said.
You just strategically arrange it so that now is the time they're doing math homework and you have somewhere else to be.
Exactly.
That's what I do.
That's really the hidden
Yep, that is. Welcome.
idea. No, thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for always listening to us. And I really appreciated last week when Mayor Bills raised the question of whether the City Council wanted more information about Canal Boulevard along with the other east-west connectors. We do completely recognize that 9600 and 104th deserve attention and improvements, but it seems that many of those improvements are already listed in the city's general plan, while there are none that specifically address the intersection we're talking about. During the last meeting, some of you mentioned wanting data to help inform decisions, and so I emailed each of you a portion of the 2023 traffic study for Canal Boulevard, excuse me, following that meeting. The study's recommendations appear to have been implemented in most of the sections except for ours. 2 specific items for the stretch between 6000 West and 6800 West, particularly at the 6180 intersection, were not addressed. One would have been the report explicitly recommended bulb outs or another pedestrian safety measure at 6180 West, the very intersection we're here talking to you about each week. It also called for center islands and landscaping in this segment to help calm traffic and improve safety, noting that it's more residential than other areas. While bulb outs and safe crossings were installed at other mentioned intersections in the report and improvements were made along other sections of Canal Boulevard, the most residential, our section, hasn't seen any changes. We recognize that those specific changes may need to look different, a stop sign, and they have already done some narrowing, like restriping of the lanes. So we understand that it might not look like that. The point of the study is that things need to be done. The speed limit was increased here, yet nothing was done to help the pedestrians cross safely. We need something more than just lines on the road. Many residents have raised this issue as a concern for over the past 4 years. This is not a new concern. Residents have even offered to pay for improvements just to have something done, so budget wasn't the issue. My children walk home from school on 9600 North, and our family frequently uses 104th to reach the community park. We fully support those improvements to the roads as planned. We also have ideas about them, but we respectfully ask that our heavily residential portion of Canal Boulevard receive safety features, just like other sections along the boulevard. Please make this intersection a priority. The data does not fully take into account how many pedestrians, especially youth, rely on this intersection to get to school, church, and friends' houses each day. I would appreciate any opportunity to speak with you or walk through or show you exactly what we're talking about so you can understand exactly where we're coming from and why we've taken the time to be here every week. Thank you for your time and work on behalf of the community, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stephanie, just for the minutes, that was Alexandra, and I have her contact information here that I will pass along. Okay. Yeah, please tell us your name, and then love to hear your comments.
My name is Taylor Cutler, and I am here again also with Alex to talk about the intersection on 6180. Is it north? West, sorry. And I just, again, second everything that she says. I can tell you my experience with that intersection again, and Councilwoman Rice offered to walk it with us, which I think would be really great, so I'll take you up on that. But I crossed it with my kids on Friday evening. Last council meeting, I talked about how the sun sets right on that road, so visibility is a problem. And another problem that I noticed is when I start crossing that road, there are curves on both sides. So I can start crossing the road and there are no cars coming. And both times I crossed that road on Friday, by the time I was in the middle of the road with my 3 little children, cars were coming. Neither of those cars stopped. They slowed a little bit, and then the second I was enough out of the way, they scooted right past me as I was in the road with my kids, both times. And it's just a really treacherous place to cross. I don't feel comfortable with it. I think a 4-way stop would be an amazing improvement there. Anything that we can do to make it safer would be really appreciated. So thank you so much for listening and for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. Okay, Mr. Bangerter. Welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing us to do this. This is great. I appreciate all of your time. I want to talk a little bit about Howard Bangerter is my name. Thank you. I wanted to talk about some of the water that gets down into the pond at Highland Glen Park. A lot of that water runs through my property, and over the last almost 25 years now, I've been leasing shares of that water from Highland City. Chris and others in the maintenance department have told me that they intend this year to not take the water to the pond through the 80-rod ditch, but that they intend to deliver that water through the PI system. The idea being that the ditch loses a little bit of water, a fraction of water, and so it's a little more efficient to go through the PI system. I just wanted to state that I don't know that the loss of water through the ditch, it's only a couple of 100 yards of where the ditch isn't covered, is going to really make that big of a difference. I know that people are concerned about the E. coli in the pond, usually in the summer, with the number of ducks that are down there. The E. coli numbers go up, and it becomes probably unsafe for people to swim in, at least from a public messaging standpoint. And so I understand that they want to have enough, as much water as possible to flush that pond out. But I also don't believe that the fraction of water that we would lose by going through the ditch would make any kind of a material difference there. Not only that, but that ditch runs through people's yards. It waters trees, a lot of greenery that if that ditch is turned off, then we're going to be dealing with a lot more dead trees, not only in my property, but in our neighbor's property and anywhere where that ditch is running. So I wanted to make an appeal that we not force us to go to PI, which would cause me to expend thousands of dollars to try and figure out how to water my 5-acre property where we've been able to flood it for many years without any problems. So thank you for your consideration on that and for thinking about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Do we have anybody else for public comment? Yes, please introduce yourself.
I am Jenny Brinkerhoff, and I'm here to talk about the safety on the street, just like Taylor and Alex did. I live on that intersection, and unfortunately my kids have had some near misses there with almost getting hit by distracted drivers. And I really just want to drive home how important the safety of this intersection is. Please do anything that you can. Additional stop signs, speed bumps, whatever it takes, just to make sure our kids are safe. It's not just my kids. There are so many kids in our neighborhood going from that side of the neighborhood to church to school every single day, and distracted drivers, people driving too fast, have made it so dangerous. So I appreciate the additional patrolling, but it's not enough. We need something more. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Angie Tanner, and I live on Alpine Highway. And I looked at your proposed, your trails and parks and roads proposal. And from 1004, the light, junior high light, going north to Timpanogos, I have concerns about that part of the street. Since Canal has been opened, that road is so busy. My HOA runs along the highway. It's the one where you turn in to go to the golf course. So you probably know, some of us we've had a lot of problems with the golf course over the years, and you've helped us with that. But we have our HOA has 18 homes, and it's zoned for no fencing. And since the opening of Canal and the awesome new park, our HOA is becoming a park, because it doesn't have a fence along the highway, and all these people are traveling up it. We have concerns about, when we look at your proposal, you're saying that that part of the road is proposed to have maximum capacity in 10 years. It's already meeting it. When I pulled it up on UDOT, we're already there. So what is the plan? What is the plan to address that once that road is full capacity? Is that part of the plan? Do you have a plan inside your future plan to deal with too many cars on the road, to slow cars? And that's, I'm just bringing that attention because the noise is incredible. The HOA was built in 1985, maybe 3,000, if you look at UDOT, 3,000 cars drove on that part of the highway. Now we have over 16,000, so in 40 years' time. So as you open up new roads, what are you doing to protect old homes, existing homes from the noise and the traffic? Thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you for coming. And if you would be interested, you're welcome to email the city council or a member of staff, and we can follow up with you and answer some of those questions. We're happy to.
Excuse me, do you mind stating your name one more time?
Angie Tanner.
Thank you.
Thank you, welcome. And just so you know, whatever it is you're passing around will become part of our public record.
Okay.
We'll give that over to Stephanie if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Cheyenne Healy. This is not something I'm comfortable doing. I don't like speaking in public,
We're happy to have you.
but for my children, I will do this. So I'm also here with the same concerns as Alex and Taylor and Jenny. I live on the north side of Canal Boulevard. 4 children who cross it numerous times every day. And the last 5 years, we've definitely seen an increase in traffic, in the speeds, in distracted drivers. And I can usually tell the time. It's usually in the morning when kids are going to school, high school kids, and in the afternoon. But we would just appreciate anything that we can do to improve this specific intersection. The pictures I'm passing around, since I've lived here in 2020, that crosswalk, there's a sign there that shows that there's a crosswalk. There's no actual painted lines. And it's been that way the last 5 years. I would love to see painted lines, but I'd also love to see more than that because the painted lines aren't going to slow the drivers down. And so anything that we could do, we just really appreciate it. And we appreciate your guys' time. And thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, I'm CJ Healy, and that's my better half.
What was your last name?
Healy,
Perfect, thank you.
that was my wife, my better half. So first off, I'm glad I'm not sitting in your seats to stand up there and just get all these issues. But thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I would also like to thank the police chief for putting more cops on that road. We have regularly seen them, and I'm sure you can go through the stats. They're pulling people over pretty constantly between the 2 Canal Boulevard sections there. So thank you. Just on Saturday, I was teaching my 6-year-old how to ride a bike in the cul-de-sac. Pretty awesome experience, right? And he comes off the curb, goes about 10 feet into Canal Boulevard, so not even in the road. And there's a car going about 50 who actually swerved outside on the south side of the lanes, not even in any of the lanes. Didn't slow down, didn't look, just kept going. And it's almost a daily thing. So whether it's a stop sign or lights or something needs to be put into place. There's 2 giant fields by us. I don't know how long it's going to be till they're all developed, but it's only going to bring more traffic. So if we can get ahead of the game, that'll only help the situation more. So I know you've heard a lot from us today, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Always happy to listen. Thank you for coming. Anybody else? Perfect, welcome.
Hi, my name is Abby Loosely, and I'm also here to talk about the street and how fast cars come down that road. I live on the eastern side where there's a dip going down into the newer developments, and I can attest that there are cars going much too fast. I can hear late at night cars going probably 60 and skidding down that, I don't know what it's called, the dip in the road there. They like skid across the corner because it's a sharp turn onto the rest of what is mostly straight. And I know coming on our road, which is I think Mountain View Drive, if you're coming on the Canal Boulevard either direction, I've been almost rear-ended almost every day because they don't know, they can tell that I'm slowing down, but I guess it just doesn't connect. And because I'm slowing down, I've been passed on the left where there's no dotted line where they should be able to do that, but that happens all the time. Even if I'm going the speed limit, they'll pass me on any point of Canal Boulevard on the other side of the road. And I have, one of my daughters came tonight, but I have a younger daughter as well, that that part of the road where the road dips down on where the houses are, there's no fence to stop like the children if they were to wander out. That's a very fast road with very little visibility, and so it's made us nervous anytime letting them go outside. Obviously, they don't go out alone, but things can happen, and it's really scary how fast the cars are coming. There's nothing to slow them down on before the dip or after the dip, and there's no stop signs in any closeness to that dip, so they don't think they have to slow down. They just go super, super fast. And sometimes it's happening early in the morning at like 2 a.m. Sometimes it's happening in the middle of the day at lunchtime. It's all of the time that road is just very unsafe. And we try and avoid it when we go on walks. We go around and we go long ways just because we know that road's not safe to be on. When we have my 5-year-old biking, we don't let her bike on that road just because cars are so unpredictable, crossing in, going on the left when they shouldn't be. It's just not safe. So any interventions we can put in, any stop signs, any speed bumps. I know lots of people have had better recommendations than me, but it's not a safe road for children or for drivers. So if we can make some changes to help improve that area of the city, it would be greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And just so everybody knows, these traffic issues, all of these concerns are things that we're talking about, we're workshopping about, we're talking about in our budget meetings. So they're all things that we are focusing on and that are important to us.
Just to add to that, Mayor, so we have an item at the end tonight talking about something related to this, and then on the 24th, we plan to talk a lot about the east-west connector roads. So
Perfect. And you're talking March 24th because we have a meeting instead of on the 17th.
yes,
Our meeting is going to be on the 24th.
Thank you.
Just for those frequent attenders, put it on your calendar. Yes, anybody else who would like to comment, please. Please go ahead, tell us your name and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Scott Peterson. Don't know if you can hear me. I'm also here to talk about the same issue on 6180 West. First of all, I want to echo what CJ said. There has been a very good presence of Highland PD since that road punched through all the way to Lehigh, and I think that has been a very positive thing. Thank you very much. I live a half a block from this intersection, and so I've got a little bit different view. I personally don't like the speed bumps and the stop signs because anytime a car slows down and then accelerates, it has an impact on the air, and I live right there. Even though there's a one-time cost, what you've done, say, if you go between 6000 West and the highway, you put that cement thing in there. I understand that's a cost, but it's also a one-time cost, and that could help keep things under control without having some of the other negative effects, like I was talking with air quality and things of that nature. So I just wanted to add that, yes, I am very concerned. I don't have children here running across the road and out like some of these others do, so I got a little bit different perspective. But anything we can do just to keep it even kill, in my opinion, is a very good thing. Thank you.
Perfect. Really appreciate that perspective. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we can go ahead and close the public comment portion and move on to our presentations. We're so excited to have Board Member Brammer with us, I think in her first official capacity to reporting to the city. So please come up. This is our school board member, Nikki Brammer, and she's going to give us an update on the new school district. I've heard you've been busy.
Yes, we have. Is it okay if I say hi? It's weird to turn my back to you, but I'm excited to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation to come. It's funny, usually school board members are elected in November and sworn in January, but legislation was passed just for us to be able to be sworn in at the end of November, and we were sworn in and hit the ground running. So just to keep everybody updated, I thought that I would go through kind of month by month in a pretty quick way to let you know what all we have been doing. So starting in November, after we were sworn in, Alpine School District immediately started planning some tri-board trainings where they invited the new school boards from our new district, the Timpanogos School District and the Lake Mountain District on the west, and they would meet with all of us on Saturdays for 3 hours. We had a few other weekday trainings, and they just started teaching us all of the things that we needed to know, from transportation, legal, HR, everything that newly elected school board members need to do. I have to give credit to Alpine School Board leadership. They have been excellent to state over and over again that they're dedicated to building 3 strong districts, and they really have gone above and beyond to do that, and they've been so helpful. Starting in December, we built our first budget. There was legislation passed last year so that new school districts are allocated $60 per student. So although we don't have any students yet while we're in this period of building and hiring, renovating buildings, etc., we were allocated $60 per student. So we have a budget of about $2 million to use in this first year, which has been helpful. Things that we've been doing since then, without an HR team, because Alpine has their own HR team, and that would be a conflict of interest if they were helping us where we're trying to hire people from them. It has been a fun challenge to write our own job announcements and post them. So in December, we wrote our own job announcement to hire a superintendent. We posted it through the Utah School Boards Association, and that closed at the beginning of January. We had 20 applicants with a good mix of inside of Utah, outside of Utah, as well as inside of the district and outside of the district. And several people have had questions about how that process kind of unfolded, so I thought I would just explain quickly. We had 20 applicants. We decided that we would create a rubric that was based on the job announcement of what we would look for, and then we invited each school board member, had between 6 and 7 representatives from their school board area to come in and be on this community group that would score those. So Mayor Bills was one of our community leaders that helped us. We had a little over 70 people in our new school board boundaries that helped us. Once we had those scores, there was a group of about 8 applicants that really separated themselves, and so we did some interviews with those 8 final applicants, and after that, we all felt a consensus to hire Dr. Joel Perkins. He is now our superintendent, and he's also a Highland resident, so you may see him around. He's been working in the Alpine School District, and he brings an incredible depth of knowledge, and he's just been wonderful since we hired him. In February, we had a lot more trainings. We opened a logo design contest to try to get our community involved in some of our new things. We had over 55 entries, and in the end, we did choose a new logo to begin with, and it was actually a student from the Lone Peak High School whose logo was selected. So you'll start seeing that around, and that won't necessarily be our final logo, but it's a beginning point, and we'll eventually work with some professionals to kind of build out a whole brand management plan, but it's great right now. The next thing we did in February is we had submitted a job announcement for our business administrator. That's kind of the last decision that a school board hires directly. That closed on February 13th, and we have been in the process of interviewing various school board or various business administrator candidates. We had over a dozen. They've been extremely impressive, and we are looking to extend an offer and hire that soon. Our school board meeting next week, March 12th, is where you'll probably see an announcement for our choice for that business administrator position. This month, we'll start doing negotiations. Each school board has a board president and a vice president, and then the superintendent kind of create the board leadership. So the board leadership for Alpine School District and then the 3 new school districts will all start meeting together to work on the negotiations if they want to do shared service agreements. There are some state laws that guide us in how we will allocate assets, but in some cases the assets are, this building is within your boundaries, so you will own it, but other assets are like, they're allocated by student population, and then there's other assets that are allocated, like for instance in transportation, there are funded bus routes, and so the buses will be allocated accordingly, but the employees are allocated by student population. So sometimes there's a mismatch, which is why we'll have some negotiations. So look for that to happen over the next month. While Alpine School District exists until June 30th, 2027, our school district Aspen Peaks is setting up a semi-permanent home down in American Fork in the building known as the ALC. It's kind of on the backside of the ATEC. It's at 759 East Pacific Drive if you're ever interested. But we are finishing up the building of a superintendent office, a business administrator office, and a conference room. So that's exciting. And then just a couple other final things I wanted to mention. Back in December, board member Amber Bonner Alan Knight, who is a community member, and myself started, we formed the Aspen Peaks Foundation that serves as a nonprofit for fundraising for our new school district. We are looking in the next several months to start building that out. We're hoping to work with the community. So if there's any community members that would like to join us on that foundation board, most school districts have that kind of philanthropic arm to receive donations and endowments so that you can do more outside of tax dollars and kind of those limited funds that are oftentimes very stringent in how you spend those. So if you know anyone that would like to join us, feel free to get in touch with me. And then finally, I'm just so grateful for the many residents, the employees, and parents who have been reaching out to us. What I have learned is people are passionate about education in this area, and they have so many great ideas. I receive a couple emails every week from different teachers or parents or community members with ideas of things that they'd like to see in our new school district. And so we'd love to just keep those coming. We will plan work sessions before our board meetings where we can learn more from the individuals that have information they want to share with us. So just reach out and send us an email or get in touch with our new district. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. My goodness, you guys have done an incredible amount of work. Every time I've seen board member Brammer or Bonner around there, it's shocking how much you've already managed to accomplish, so thank you. Councilmember Rice, do you have any questions or anything?
Sure, and I appreciate how much you've done too. That's awesome. I'm just wondering if you guys have thought about or started to work on boundaries for schools. Because
Yes.
there's a real imbalance between populations. I just wondered kind of where you were at with that, or if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too. That one, and I'd love to work on the foundation if you want me.
Okay, yeah, definitely. So we have requested that the Alpine School District begin something that they refer to as MOAB, Mother of All Boundaries Studies. They have already been focused on a boundary study for the southwest portion of our area. It's known as the Cold Springs Ranch area. It's near North Point Elementary. You've seen a lot of the apartments and townhomes and smaller single-family homes really just sprout up out there. I think that North Point Elementary has 7 kindergartens right now. And so the challenge is balancing the growth, because at one point Cedar Ridge had 7 kindergartens and they built Deerfield, and now Deerfield has very few students, and so there's this balance at all times. And so we want to make sure that we are working smartly before we build a new school district. Alpine was ahead of this as well. So they started a very targeted boundary study in that Cold Springs Ranch area. They're just about at the end of it, and they're going to be voting on a boundary change, not a school build necessarily, but they'll adjust some boundaries. And I think they've had 2 public hearings, and in their next meeting or 2, they'll decide that.
I think my question, I've had people ask me, which I don't know sometimes why, but I'm usually up to date on some of it. But I know that Mountain Ridge Junior is only about 700, maybe 800 students, and American Fork Junior is about 2,200. So I just wondered if you'd toyed with any of those boundaries yet.
So we haven't. Let me tell you what the challenge is there. It's not so much a boundary change, although many students that are out of our district who are districted to go to Timpanogos, they choose to come to American Fork Junior High and American Fork High School. The problem there is more of a feeder school system. And so you're right, and the numbers are actually like 980 at Mountain Ridge Junior High and 1,800 at American Fork Junior High, so it's double. And at the same time that we share those numbers, I can't get the word out enough that Mountain Ridge Junior High is an incredible junior high. Academically, they are next level. Their school leadership is doing some really special things for students. Parents there talk about how their children have incredible opportunities that they wouldn't have at a school with 1,800 kids. The problem, though, is that Mountain Ridge divides between American Fork High School and Lone Peak, and AF Junior typically feeds directly to AF High School, whereas Timberline feeds directly into Lone Peak. And so it's trying to find a way to adjust that. Our plan is to wait for the mother of all boundary studies to see how we can make appropriate adjustments so that we do have more students going to Mountain Ridge. And we'll probably want to get in touch with our residents as well to see what their ideas are, because we want parents to feel comfortable with where their students are districted.
I'm sorry about those numbers. I was just going off of
You were close.
what
No.
the district had posted. I think it was probably on last year's. But
You're great. You had the gist.
Councilmember Rodella, questions?
No questions, but I am one of those that lives in Mountain Ridge boundaries, and my daughter did go to AF, but I have a son that goes to Mountain Ridge, and it definitely is something that I have a lot of say in and a lot of issues, but I'm excited for you to be heading this all up, and I'm really excited for our new school district. This is just exactly what we wanted, so thank you so much.
I appreciate all your work on this. So my kids went to Mountain Ridge, but part of them went to Lone Peak and part of them went to American Fork. So, but it all worked out well. Thanks for all your work on this.
You're welcome. Councilmember Courtney?
I don't have any questions. Just reiterate what everybody said about what a great job the board's doing so far. Thank you.
Yes.
Just express my appreciation for who you are and everything you're doing. Serious, you're very committed to education, and it's appreciated and recognized. I do, just curious on the $60 per student, is that in addition to the WPU? The WPU goes to the general school district, or where does the $60 fit in with the WPU?
So great question. Because we have no students, we don't get any WPU.
Right.
So that's the reason why there was legislation to say, this new startup school district will need to pay the superintendent once they're hired. They will need to pay their business administrator. They will need to,
Just
have an
operational
office.
stuff. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep.
That answers it.
Perfect. And if there's anything we can ever do to support you, let us know. I know that we were kind of had a role in this split situation, but we were certainly very happy to turn it back over to you professionals. So thank you. And I think nobody better than to kind of be doing this big boundary study than Rob Smith over there at the district. He's so good at his projections and those things. So anything we can do to support you better?
I don't think so. Just if anybody wants to be on our foundation board, that
Looked
would
like
be
you had one
wonderful.
volunteer.
We'll take you. The community, you are welcome to join us there as well. But otherwise, we just really appreciate your support, and we will be reaching out to you as we start to talk about boundary studies, because we'd love to have your feedback as elected officials, as well as our communities, to weigh in on those.
And please let us know. I'm sure we'll reach back out to you to have you come present again, but if you feel like there's information you need or that we can help you with, feel free to contact Erin or I, and we would love to have you back anytime we can help.
Okay.
Thank you, Board Member Brammer.
Yep.
So exciting. Perfect. Okay, on to our second presentation, and this is Chris Howden from our Planning Commission. We've actually got several Planning Commission members here tonight, so very appreciative that they would come and join us. So just kind of for some context, if you've been listening to the Planning Commission meetings, you know that they've been having some conversation about what their priorities are and what they would like to accomplish and what they would like the city to see accomplished. So when I was talking to Chris, I understand that a lot of community members reach out to the Planning Commission and express their thoughts and ideas. So I thought it would be good to have Chris come tell us some of the things that they've been talking about, things that are important to them, and then maybe have us give some feedback on those items so that we can make sure we're all on the same page and we're putting effort into things that they find important, and that if there are things that they are interested in but that we think it's not the right time to work on those, they're not putting in efforts that wouldn't be fully recognized here as well. So I'm just going to let Chris kind of come up and tell us about some of the things that Planning Commission has been talking about and what's important to them.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors and city staff. We're happy to be here. Did you notice that as soon as I was announced, everybody left? So that's an ominous sign. So traditionally, the Planning Commission, in theory, we plan. But traditionally, we're just a reaction committee. You know, we're this passive group of people that are appointed in the community, and city staff approach us with things, and we put a lot of time into considering them. And so we decided that we would like to be a little more activist, not in the sense of wandering around with pitchforks, but just in the sense of taking issues that are near and dear to us, that we hear from the community, and then putting some thought into it, and then bringing them as a proposal to council. That doesn't mean that we realize we're in a community of people with diverse interests and perspectives. It's just rather than coming forward and moaning and whinging about something, instead to say, here's a potential proposal for council to consider, just so that you have something to react to, rather than just, we don't like the weather, fix it. Instead we'd provide a proposal. So I have a laundry list of items that are not in order necessarily. In discussions with Mayor, it has been brought to our attention that some of them are outside of our purview as planning commissioners, but I'm still just going to rattle off the list nonetheless. What I would invite you to do is, the object of the exercise is, as they say, to not define and debate each one of these things and reach a resolution. It's just to present you with the high-level topic and then invite you to consider it and to go, that's nonsense. We don't want to talk about that this year, maybe later. And you're not going to hurt our feelings if you do so. So one of the things would be ADUs. As you know, House Bill 477 looks like it was sent to Rules Committee yesterday. And so we don't know if that's going to pass or not, but we'll have to do some reconciliation on that. You're already aware that about 2.5 years ago, we sent a proposal to council really looking at the mechanics of how ADUs could be implemented. The next topic would be just under the category of placemaking that we discussed as part of general plan, and that would be trail signage, just so that these little ninjas, if they get lost and they get on the yellow road or the blue road or the pink road, they at least know where they're going. Whereas right now, there isn't a clear way for someone to know where our trails go. The other topic would be just overall city, it's really a marketing thing, city branding. If you drive from American Fork into Highland or Alpine into Highland, you can't actually tell that you're in a different city in a distinct and measurable way. And I'm not talking about the monuments themselves, but they may be part of that. The third topic would just be, and this is kind of a complicated one actually, is setback consistency across zones and different road classifications. And you'll see later on tonight, there's a perfect example of a resident that is troubled about a specific issue, and then we pass, or not pass, citywide laws, but then you start to introduce these 17 or 18 different iterations, and just looking at that and seeing, is there a sensible way to have some consistency across setbacks, if it makes good sense. Fourth topic, very similar, height across zones. So talking about building height, accessory unit heights, you're probably starting to see more and more of these. Instead of people having a tool shed, they have a 35-foot tool shed. And so as our community's changing, we have some challenges with that. The fifth one would be just zone overlay language. And an example of that would be something like a senior housing bonus density in a particular zone. Sixth topic would be under the category of energy conservation, but also the placemaking, and that would be downlights or looking at ways to use lighting in a potentially more sensible way. The next three are really related to what the residents were chatting about earlier. One is the road audit, sidewalk audit, and then bike lane standards, safety-related things. The 10th topic would be Chamber of Commerce type of issues, encouraging doing things that would encourage businesses to participate. And then the last item would be fence standards. That's it. So I don't know what the best mechanism is so that we use the time productively, and perhaps you talk about it now or you talk about it later and then just let us know.
Perfect. So what I think I would like to do is, I had a couple of questions, I think, for Rob. But then I think council, if it would be okay, let me know if you're interested in this, is if we put together a list of these items that he mentioned and we could send it around via email and prioritize them as a council and say, this is something we're interested in, this is something we're not as interested in, kind of like we've done at our budget retreat where we've said these would be budget priorities, to say these projects would be priorities. And then Aaron, you and I had talked a while ago about you creating a list of staff projects. Is that still something you're working on?
Sorry, yes, Madam Mayor, yes, that is something that we know we need to present to the council on.
So if we could get an idea of where council stands on these items, I just think it might be easier to keep track of via email because there are so many.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Would that be good? Council, would you be amenable to that? Maybe doing something via email and then kind of revisiting where these would work into a priority list? Kim, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just send it to email and we can look through it and just say, this is something we prioritize, this is something we're not interested in, and then we can incorporate it into our priority list and staff's priority list as well.
Councilmember Smith, what did you think, or did you have any questions about any of the items that he commented on?
Well, I kind of both.
Perfect.
So I've been on the council for a fair amount of time. I don't know how many times we've talked about fences. And so I guess the question I'm asking is, I would like to maybe have an elaboration on what you mean by fence standards, because we've debated heights, we've debated types of fences, we've just gone it over and over again. So I'm just curious. I'd like to know more about that, and we can probably do that in an email. But it just seems like we've talked about fences a lot.
Yeah, and it may be, thank you. It may be that the answer is, look, we're exhausted. We don't want to ever talk about fencing again. But potentially it could be just revisiting as materials change over time. It's partially a standard thing. It's also partially an enforcement thing. You know, and I'll give you a specific example. So we have these in our code. Developers put in concrete theme walls. And you can either use proper concrete or you can use the foam that is covered by a veneer of concrete.
Right.
And we have some parts of the city where we've had accidents and then it just looks unsightly afterwards. So that's not necessarily an exhaustive answer to your question, but there just seems to be a gap between what we aspire to from a fence standard point of view and then the actual execution or enforcement of it. Or something silly like you've got the sidewalk, the 5 foot, and then the fence, but we've just had a developer put up a 12 inches away from the sidewalk fence. And so it's probably a combination of standards as well as just enforcement.
Okay, that's helpful. So I support what you're saying, Mayor, so we can just do emails and kind of talk about it. I was just curious about the fences because it seems like we've addressed this many times.
I feel like, I bet Rob would agree that we talk about fences a lot. Sorry, I'll get right back to you, Doug, but a couple things I had. So there are a few of these items that I think are currently happening and that we're working on that are in progress. Am I right? So we're working on a road and sidewalk audit. Am I correct about that? And then we'll hear more about the new Chamber of Commerce that's being presented later as well. So some of these are things that we've identified as priorities and we are working on. I will say there was one item that was the trail naming that you talked about, and if you remember, that was an item at our budget retreat that didn't score quite as high, so that's one that we talked about also. The question that I had for Rob, because I think, Chris, you bring up a good point, that a lot of what Planning Commission does is reaction to projects or issues or whatever that are brought in front of you. So, Rob, can you give us a little bit of an explanation about the role of City Council versus Planning Commission? What the role would be if there are any issues that are like in one lane versus the other, or how we can most effectively work together, whether it's Planning Commission, City Council, residents.
It's a great question, and there's probably a lot of really good answers to it. So in general, the Planning Commission's role is specific to land use. The primary role of the Planning Commission is to kind of do three things under state law. One is to create the general plan. We'll help create it, recommend it, and then present it to the council. And in that aspect, the Planning Commission does plan for almost everything in the city, because the general plan does touch on most of what the city is. It touches on roads and parks, trails. It touches on open space, as well as land use, as well as water and conservation. So as part of that general plan, the Planning Commission does have a role in giving a recommendation to the council on what the city should be doing. On a more day-to-day basis, the Planning Commission's role is to then look at the general plan, but more for the land use side of things, to write zoning laws, update zoning laws, and other development aspects. And the final thing is sometimes they act as a land use authority. They help make decisions on land use applications, development applications. So I think, Chris pointed this out, and Mayor, you also brought it up. When it comes to setting like budgets and things, the Planning Commission's role is to basically give the council its thoughts of what, as a general matter, the council should be prioritizing in the general plan. But when it comes to every year, what are you going to spend your money on, what projects, the Planning Commission doesn't really give a recommendation on that. That's just for the council to decide. The difference is if there are standards, bike lanes are a great example. That could be a road standard where we're going to adopt a cross-section of what a road should look like and say, now we have bike lanes that are this width, and we want developers to put them in when they build things. That's something they can present to the council to look at. Now, where the council should look at, now we have all these hundreds of roads in the city, where should we go install bike lanes? That's not a Planning Commission role. So hopefully that kind of gets to it. So in terms of working together, I think the chair is correct. We are very reactionary to things. Either it's a problem that has come up and we're concerned about it, or I'm looking in code and I see a contradiction or something that should get resolved, so I'll bring it to the commission. So we're always trying to work on it that way, but I think this is a good way of trying to get a little bit more ahead of it.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Courtney, would you be interested in seeing these items like via email and maybe prioritizing them?
Yes.
Councilmember Campbell, what do you think?
Absolutely. Yeah, email I think is the right thing.
And Councilmember Rice?
Absolutely, but maybe I'm out of order. There's a couple things that I think that, as I listen to Planning Commission, and I appreciate all you do, this is a switch, huh? Because usually I'm in front of you guys.
Are they questions about these items or about the process or what?
No, it's not. He mentioned a couple of materials that weren't acceptable, but I can put that in the email.
Yeah, and I think that's a good venue via email, because I think our goal right now is to decide which of these are priorities, and much like we went through our budget priority list, we'll go through a prioritization of time and see where comes in at the top, what do we want our staff to spend time on, what do we want to spend our time on. I think it's a great opportunity right now, I think, because we just went through the general plan and Planning Commission was so involved there. I think it's a good time. Everybody's really up on kind of what all the issues are, so it's a good time to hop in.
Mayor Bills, can
Sure.
I ask him a question? Did you guys not talk about burying power lines? Is that not?
We did actually, and Mayor, would you like to?
I'll let Rob
describe?
speak to that.
Okay.
Power lines, burying power lines.
So that's something that we can look at. I did some very high-level examining of it. There's, I guess it would be, if you'd like to explore it, we can add to the priority list of whether to require developers, not just, our current standards are you underground everything new. So any new facilities that get installed. Question is, what happens if your development borders on an existing power line corridor? Do we require you to underground it for the length of your development? What are the impacts to the city and to Rocky Mountain Power? And so we can have that conversation. So that might just be something if that's a priority for the council, that we'll spend staff time looking at how to best implement that. I know other cities do it, and so I would want to look at how other cities handle it and talk to Rocky Mountain Power about it.
Okay, yeah, and so that was a good point too, as we were trying to just kind of decide what is the role of Planning Commission in recommending things and appreciating that we had so much involvement with the general plan, and appreciating, I know when I was on the Planning Commission, a lot of people would bring comments and questions to me, and so you're in a little bit of a different role. So I think we should work on sending out that email, Erin, and then we can maybe prioritize where these fall in our list of other things. And then kind of as we roll that out, maybe we could engage different Planning Commission members in assisting with that effort and kind of work together, if that sounds okay.
Yeah, wonderful. May I make a concluding comment?
Sure.
As the council looks at these topics, please realize that we loved getting together and working on the general plan with you so much from a collaboration point of view, that even though they may not necessarily be high priority today, please consider that you've got 7 very varied people that are quite capable, that are willing to commit a lot of time, because we love our neighbors and we love where we live. And so we could still invest a lot of time now curating something that we may only consider sometime in the future as you look at the priorities, please. So if possible, if you could give us feedback along the lines of not today, but
maybe
come back later,
tomorrow.
It would be very helpful, because then we can allocate our time possibly this year, so that if it is something worthy of consideration next year, that we at least have got something we can actually present to you. And I'll use the ADUs as an example. This was done years ago, and I think what we have is probably 95% ready.
So maybe our emails could reflect that, kind of prioritization based on time as well, right? What we want to do sooner rather than later. Yeah.
So just one last question, and I appreciate your work on this, and I appreciate the fact that you give a lot of service, and I like these ideas. So when you presented, I think there's 12 here, are these ranked from number 1 priority down to 12, or is this just things that you're interested as a whole? And so ADUs is not number 1, although it probably will be, but...
It's in no order in particular, and pardon me, if you could also bear in mind, if there's a topic that isn't on the list that is really important to the council, but you feel like we're swamped, please use us as a working body that can help do some donkey work for the council on a topic that might not be on here.
Appreciate it. And thank you for the planning commissioners who were here. That's super nice of you to come. Thank you.
Erin, if we think there's a meaningful difference in staff time that's needed across some of these items, is there any way we could do just like a t-shirt size like we did with the budget on staff time? Not looking to spend but just you look at it and you go, that one probably takes a large amount of time. That one probably takes a small amount of time.
We had talked about like that $ ranking kind of that we did with the budget of how much staff, because a lot of these I think seem on the surface like maybe they're not so much, but actually staff time, I think that they end up being considerable, which is also where we can take some advantage of our planning commission. Look, you and I worked together on encroachment. I feel like we did a great job, right? It was a really collaborative effort, and I think with a good product, so. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you, other planning commissioners as well. Let's see. Let's move on to water. Yes, I think that's up next. So we have Tavis Timothy and Ernie. Ernie, always good to see you. I don't know which of you both is presenting, but welcome. Okay, looks like you're up. Rock, paper, scissors, ready?
I think the
No?
presentation is set up so Ernie's first. Is that right, Stephanie? Yeah.
Perfect. Ernie, welcome. Thanks for spending your Tuesday with us.
Yeah, that's right. I've been there for 8, but, yeah, yeah.
Can you, oh, thank you. Thank you, Chief. We're in what's called a La Nina weather pattern, and it traditionally is very wet. It hasn't been up until just the last few days. To have a good water year, we're gonna need a storm like this every week for the next few weeks. So this is a Snowbird Snowtail site that you're looking at. That black line at the very bottom that is flat and then goes up a little bit and is way flat, that is this year. So Snowbird, on the surface, we're at 81%. That is year to date. Okay, so that's not the total. The next number down is percent of median peak, and we're 54%. So if it stops snowing, that's about where we are. The next one is pretty important. It's days until peak, and we've got 56 at Snowbird. Snowbird sits at 9,800 feet. It's on the Little Cottonwood drainage. It's not in our drainage, but it's one of the sites that I use because we only have 2. Okay, what did I do? There we go. Okay, this is the Utah County drought map. This comes out monthly by the NRCS, and as you can see, there is nowhere in the state of Utah that is not at least abnormally dry. Utah County sits there in the middle, so we are either in moderate drought or severe drought right now for our county. I didn't bring the slide showing what the Jordan River Basin is, the drainage, but our Provo-Jordan drainage is 56%. That's across the entire drainage, and so we're as dry as we could be. I'm going to come back to that one. This is Timpanogos Divide. This is the other Snowtail site I have. Again, the black line on the bottom is us. And you can see Timpanogos doesn't sit as high as Snowbird. It sits at like 8,200 feet. And if you look at that black line, it actually started to go down a little bit. That's because we had warm rain and it melted things. So it's tracking the number we track is snow water equivalent. I really don't care how deep the snow is. I want to know how wet it is. And so that's the number that these Snowtail sites track. If you look at the top, we're at 88%. That's year to date. And then, I don't have a laser pointer, do I? Okay, on this. So the next one down is we're 63% of median peak, and that green X is where we want to be for just a median year. But this one, because it sets lower and where it is, we've only got 30 days worth of snow up there to build snow on an average year. So we've got the next month to build snow on this one. This is the American Fork River. We're very fortunate. USGS put a tracking station on the American Fork River in 1928. So we're one of the key watersheds that the state looks at to do their, when they set overall statewide, they use 5 rivers, and we're one of those 5. The bottom line is us today, and that nice squiggly up and down, and the line above it is the median peak. So as you can see, We're well below average. Median is above 14 second feet. And we're down, if you look at the end of the graph, it says our latest value, it's the first row down under, is 6.61 second feet. So that's a lot lower than 14. The one that's kind of scary is if you go all the way to the bottom and on the left, it says the low, this is the statistics for March 2nd, I did this yesterday. The low was 7.66, so that's a historic low. We just beat it. And I've been beating historic lows for about the last 3 weeks. So those are the bad numbers. There we go. Oops. This is Tibble Fork yesterday. I took this picture yesterday morning. We should be covered with ice. The ice skaters should be up there. The ice fishermen should be up there. This abnormal heat has melted all the snow below 8,000 feet. So that peak in the upper right is about 8,000 feet, and we call that mid-level snow. As you can see, there isn't any mid-level snow. And what that means for a runoff is we won't see runoff till into May, probably mid-May. So we're going to have these low river flows. So last year we did okay. We filled your pressurized irrigation ponds, and we run pretty good with just a little bit of addition from the Murdoch Canal. This year, you're going to need a lot of addition because we just aren't going to have the river flows to split up and to share because it's just not going to be there. I expect some runoff that will start mid-May, but until then, it's going to be really dry, and we've got to really work on conservation. Unfortunately, there's a term that came up with last year. Laura Briefer, she's Salt Lake Water. She calls it conservation fatigue. People get tired of hearing that we want them to conserve water. They just, they go, come on, we're done. In American Fork, the preceding 4 years before last year, we had, even though we were growing and we had population increases, our water was going down, our usage were going down. Last year, it went right back up to where it was 4 years before. And people are just getting tired, but we don't have a choice. We live in a desert, and this year is just gonna show up to be dry. Could it be wet? Yes. If we get a storm every week, could we be to normal? We can. But if it stays warm, we still won't get that early runoff. So traditionally, we turn our systems on April 15th. I start charging about the 1st of April with the cities. We start putting water in the system to get them ready for the 15th. It's going to be a real interesting year. American Fork, I sit on their Water Conservation Management Committee. That's one of those that's mandated by the state. We're having a meeting tomorrow. We will then make a proposal to the city council. A couple of things that we can look at. You could look at delaying the start of the system. That's a good news, kind of one of those good news, bad news. If we delay start to the 1st of May, then when we have the slow river flow, we're not having to supplement it so much from our other sources. I don't know that we're going to do that because traditionally when we turn it on the 1st of May, then everybody waters for that first week, and it's like just they use the same amount of water overall. So we have, like I said, we're meeting tomorrow, but we're leaning towards starting on the 15th April, but just saying please conserve because we don't have a lot of water. So it's a tough year. I wish I had better news, Scott, but I don't. So that's all I have. Is there any questions, Mayor?
I have questions.
I was going to start with you.
Oh, good. So I was talking to the city administrator, Godwin of Cedar Hills, and their pressurized irrigation system is totally metered, and they instituted the fees and stuff in July, so they're already doing it. We're pretty much there. We've just got to come up with fees and things. I don't know where American Fork is. But it was interesting talking to him. He says when they started metering, they found lots of leaks in the system. They said there was a 1/4 acre property that was using 1 million gallons. And, they went in and investigated, and there were leaks in the system and that. So I think getting our pressurized meters going is really important. That, and it seems like, what's the prognostication for March and April? It seems like we've already started out a little bit better.
They're still dry, Scott. They're still below normal. The National Weather Service, and we have an irrigator meeting in March that we go down, water users meeting, And I love them because they'll throw a graph up there and they'll say, this is what we think it'll be in the next 3 months, but we really don't trust ourselves after 10 days. So they're saying it's still going to be abnormally dry.
So you got a little snow today.
We did. We got a little snow. Snowbird had about 8 inches overnight, so that's a good. But again, it's all high. We're not getting anything down low, so that means we just won't get that early spring runoff that we depend on.
So it's all up high on the top of 10.
It's all up high. We've had some good storms. That's why we're in that 80 to 81% range. That's great to be up high. We'll pick that up in May and all the way into June, through June. Runoff peak usually is about June 15th, so that's when we hit the high and then it starts to taper down. So if we can continue like we are, even without the low level, during the heat of summer, we'll be in fair shape. Not good, but I'll say fair today. Any other questions?
Do you have anything else, Councilmember Smith?
Well, there's things I could say, but I'm always an optimist. So
Yes,
we'll see
we
what
appreciate that about
Yeah.
you.
Scott and I talked last time we were together. You know, in 1983, the year we had the State Street River, we were below normal going into February. So could it change? Yes. What are the chances of it changing? They're fairly low, but it really could change. So
we just be optimistic, but prepare.
Yep. And we have that new weir structure, the diversion structure at the mouth of the canyon. We operated it last year manually. We did a bunch of electronics testing and stuff today. It will be operational this year. I will be babysitting it a lot. And Brian, our chief of Lone Peak, I have good cameras up there now. In fact, I was sitting there watching some kids because it texted me and some kids came in. If I wasn't in here, I can push a button and talk to them. And I will have some automated messages that play. We just want to keep people safe. It's not designed to play with. It's a great structure. It's going to be, we've already done multiple tours around the state. Strawberry water users have been in. Central Utah has been in. This is the largest structure of its kind in the state of Utah. And in the long run, it's going to make water management much, much easier. I think in a couple of years, when I get all the SOPs done, it'll be operating mainly from my phone. We'll set the right algorithms up and it will automate probably 75%. The tricky part comes, which is still where you need somebody to be over it, is when American Fork's full of water, our ponds are good, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, I need to throw it to Highlands Pond. So that's still the hands-on water management that will happen, and we'll need somebody to manage that and happen. But it will be, I won't have to live up there anymore, so that's a good thing.
I was going to say, you miss those days in your camper up there?
Not even little bit.
I always felt like I should have brought you cookies or something, but I don't know.
You know, kudos to all the cities, Highland City, Cedar Hills, American Fork. When we did that, the 23 was, I lived there for 9 weeks, and I would manage it from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m., and then the cities drew up a schedule, and based on how much water they had, they would take turns and help man it. And so we manned that structure 24 hours a day for 9 weeks.
You did amazing work that summer. You always knew exactly how much there was, and
thank you.
Amazing.
It's I actually enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. The downside is last year was an interesting year. We did not have a single month that we didn't have a car in the river. And so dispatch calls me when we have a car in the river. Both of these guys have to show up. We had some fatalities in the canyon last year. That was in fact, we had one of our roughest years, didn't we? We had 4. But we had a car every month. A lot of people didn't get hurt, but I have to be there. So if water or gas or oil spills, then I have to divert it out of our structure, because the last thing we need is your residents calling you saying, how come my water smells like gasoline? It isn't enough gasoline to light, but it still will just freak everybody out. So we don't want those phone calls. So that's the downside, is somebody's still going to have to be on call 24 hours a day.
it's amazing what goes on there, I think, that we don't even always recognize.
Thank you so
Councilmember?
much.
Yes,
Yeah.
so appreciated. Courtney, do you have any questions?
No questions, just thank you again, echoing everybody that I'm hoping that with the weir set up and some of the automation in place, that, yeah, you'll find yourself having a lot more time where you're not physically having to be up there, so.
That's the plan.
But we appreciate the time that you spent physically up there, keeping track of things for us.
And I appreciate Highland City and American Fork City helped pay for the portion, couldn't have done it without the cities. You guys have been phenomenal. For the public record, American Fork Irrigation, 25% of American Fork Irrigation water goes to Highland City. So we have a hard split up there, and if shares change, we move it around. We've moved it over the years, a couple of notches, but a full 25% of American Fork share. And overall, the entire year, American Fork Irrigation owns 62% of the water. So 25% of that belongs to Highland. So thank you for helping make it possible.
And a lot of credit to Chris and his team.
Yes.
Yeah, I know you, Chris.
Chris and Tayson and Jeff
Yep.
over the years have been phenomenal and continue to backstop us and do what we need to do. It's a joint effort.
Councilmember Campbell?
Yes, thank you for all you do, and you're not allowed to retire. We talked about that before.
I don't have any immediate plans. How's that?
Good. That's just, please. We are a year away from actually charging based on usage. My thought is when we do that, it'll be an automatic conservation tool. Do you see it that way? Are we going to get much of a bump of
Yes.
conservation?
Yes and no. American Fork, so right now, the only city in our drainage that turned it on last year was Cedar Hills. And they turned it on, but they didn't implement a rate structure. They just had a base rate and then a single rate for water. They didn't do the tiered structure. Yes, we will see conservation that way. We'll talk about it tomorrow and make a recommendation to our city council that we will. We have a dashboard, we have all the tools. We want to spend a year, this is going to be where I'm sitting, is I'd like to spend 26 and have all our residents be able to look at that dashboard, look at a proposed rate structure and go, oh my gosh.
Yep.
I can't afford a $400 a month water bill, what do I do? And that'll give us a year to work with those people and to help them conserve before we hit them, just come in. We will still find all the leaks because now that the meters are operational, we will still see the same thing. If we see a small one using 1 million gallons, immediately we'll know. In fact, they told me I have a 4.2 gallon per hour leak in my system because mine was one of the trials last year. So I've got to go find a 4.2 gallon per hour leak. I don't know where it is.
Yeah.
But
well, I was surprised when I looked at mine. I thought, oh my heavens. And I adjusted my sprinklers immediately.
Yes.
So I'm hoping that will be standard.
What I hope and what we're going to really spend education time in is most people set their clock at the beginning of the year and never change it.
Yeah.
And Central Utah has rebates on smart controllers. So they're tied into the internet. They have a temperature sensor. They water when you need it, not just turn it on and forget it. Obviously, so what happens is everybody sets it so they don't have dry lawns in July and August. Well, that means in April and September, they're putting way too much water on their lawns. So that's where I think we'll see the big difference is people will be able to actually know what they put on their lawns.
Yeah, I wish we were a year advanced on that we could do it now. But
Yeah.
we don't have that year of data to even know how much to charge, so.
Yep.
And we'll talk about that as part of our work session as well.
And we've had a study. I think everybody thought it would be easy. We've actually been working it from the American Fork side for over a year on a rate structure plan. Wow. And I got quoted in the newspaper, and I'll say it again. I want that top tier to be very expensive because if you're using that top tier, you're putting on about 4 times as much water. Well, we chose 4 tiers.
Yeah.
Eagle Mountain, I think, has 7. The state mandated we have tiers in our water structure. I want whatever that top tier is to be, it needs to hurt because there's going to be a certain amount of people that won't do anything until they see that. And some people say, I'm willing to pay for it. That's great. But I think that we'll get the conservation. I'd like to see it in 2 ways. I'd like to see it this year, just helping people see where they are, get their system set, and then next year the full rate structure will be implemented.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Around, I said Cedar Hill's the only one. Lehigh doesn't have a projected date. Pleasant Grove is going to do 27. Their plan is to do something very similar.
Yeah.
So we're all kind of in the same boat here together.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Thank you.
Perfect. Councilmember Rice?
Hi, Ernie.
Hey,
How
Liz.
are you? I appreciate all you do, too. I really do. So it's interesting you brought up, later shut off, or later shut on, earlier shut off. And because I had that question, I presented that yesterday to some of our city people, but that we would absorb more water. So I'm just wondering, through the cities, if you have seen like a conservation open house, does that help? And I'm just going to tell you, I went to a smart system about 5 or 6 years ago. And yet I sat down with the city and looked at how much water I was using. And I'm ashamed. But I just wondered what you've seen that really works. So the smart system, I think, helps because mine shuts off. It's going to rain.
Yes.
Down it goes. You know, we're not going to water for 48 hours.
Yep.
It'll tell me we're not going to water for 24 hours. The other question that I have for you that I've been asked, so this isn't necessarily my question, but so, you know, some of the open ditches, and I walked the ditches for about 3 miles that are open. I just wondered how you felt about, would it conserve water to close those up? We've got a lot of trash and stuff in some of those ditches, and I don't know if that's your responsibility or if it's our responsibility. Maybe you can educate me a little bit.
It's kind of a joint responsibility.
We have residents who are dumping a lot of
And it
stuff in
costs,
those
it
ditches.
costs you as your water rates, as the rates we charge the cities is really dependent sometimes on how much work we have to do in our ditches. When I'm pulling out multiple mattresses and I have to hire extra help, then the next year your rates go up a little bit because I know I've got to cover those
Because of that.
additional costs. In the long run, yes, piping needs to happen for conservation. The downside is there's miles and miles and miles of trees that are watered through the ditches. So now you've got to figure out how to water those trees. Do you want to keep them? If you don't want to keep them, you take them out as part of putting the...
They're actually into the ditch, you mean? Or
Well, they're along the edges,
Along
and
the
so
edges.
they're watered. A lot of your, like, if you walk down the trail through back
Right,
to
and
the
I
west,
did.
all those trees along that big open ditch, that's Lehigh irrigation. If you were to pipe that, they would all die unless you put sprinkling
Okay.
system in to water them, or a drip system. So they're watered by the ditches only.
And that's part of what the gentleman, Mr. Benger, I think, who spoke to us earlier, was talking about.
Was talking about that, yeah,
That
okay.
was some part of his
Well,
concern.
Do you think like a conservation open house would help? I
Definitely.
think
Yes.
Some of my irritations, not that you need to sit and listen, but, you know, people watering when it rains,
Yes.
you know, those kind of things, but I'm wondering how much my smart system really helped. And I do think it helped.
Yes.
But like I said, I'm still really embarrassed, but that's really all my questions.
We're like I said, we're meeting tomorrow, but we've already been talking. Education this year, this is going to give us our opportunity to really educate people. I volunteered to go to the senior center and sit down with my computer, and literally each resident, if they want to come down, I'll spend a few hours every other week, and we'll look at their usage and look at their costs. And for those that don't want to get on a computer, we have a really neat dashboard system. I don't know what you've got up here, but you have to opt out. It's based on your phone number that you have in and your address, and you just go right in and log in, and boom, you're there. And you can look at your usages. So education is really, really going to be key. I just don't feel like I want to hit everybody immediately with a rate. I feel like if we can do a year of education, it'll be beneficial to us all for the rollout.
And do you think people on corners use more water than people just in a regular, you know, subdivision side-by-side type?
Yes, because they generally have that extra side grass, which they use extra water.
That's what I'm on. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Kim?
Thanks, Liz.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you, Ernie.
Mayor, I appreciate it. Council, thank you.
Always good to see you. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good to be here. Haven't met some council members, so just a quick introduction. My name is Tavis Timothy. I'm a resident. I started working, actually, my first project in 2003 with the city was on the ditch, American Fork Ditch, and how much water was being lost with it being open. And we found out between 20-30%. So, and then, so I started working with the city around '03, and then became the water company engineer at that same time. And so worked with the water company, a little bit with the city, and then with the transition, when the water company came into the city, helped with that, and have been on and consulting since then. So, and then actually a similar presentation, Ernie followed me the last time, and that was in '21. So we're, when we see these drought conditions, we start to raise our levels a little bit. I thought I'd just provide a quick introduction on the system. Please ask questions if I gloss over something a little too quickly, maybe talk a little quick. But our PI system, the pressurized irrigation system, it was started in about '98 when there was funding available from Central Utah and then some bonding. The main system was we have sources of water, wells, which the city tries not to use. It's a little bit more expensive. We use the Murdoch Canal. That's a great source of water that provides flows in the springs in summer, and also storage in Jordanelle and Deer Creek. And then we also have Central Utah Water, about 400 acre feet from them. And let's see. And then of course, American Fork River, which is the best source of water. It's clean. It's doesn't need boosting for our lower levels, and typically through the year, it's a great source. In 2018, the city revised their prior master plan, and at that time, we were looking at very high usage. There wasn't water. We were starting to see the source. The system was originally built for build-out conditions. We started seeing our ponds were decreasing really quickly. Jeff was having nightmares running around trying to keep pressures going. So we identified that we had a bit of a lack of source water. And so since 2018, and so this is the figure, the existing system, we've increased by about 20 cubic feet per second, which is 20 times 400, that many gallons per minute, so a lot of source from wells, but with the majority coming from the Murdoch Canal. So the Murdoch Canal, it originates, the city's shares are in Deer Creek and the Provo River system. Yeah, that's our figure. Oh, and then kind of to go on from what Ernie had mentioned, this is just the snow water equivalent figure that's put out by NRCS and SNOTEL, and you can see the reds are really in bad shape, green's not so bad. Ernie kind of hit on most of those. We get a lot of water from the Uintas as well. Very high areas, we're doing okay, as Ernie had mentioned, but the lower elevation's a bit of a problem. Ernie and I kind of had a very similar slide just to show where we were to date with Snowbird. Just skip that one. This one's a fun table that we've been keeping since about 2010, and it shows the blue, it shows total use in acre feet, and then each of the green and the purple and the reds are the different type of sources that the city uses throughout the year. And you can see in 2013, that's about when we started seeing some issues. 2012, actually, we started bumping up to almost 9,000 acre feet, and our population, let's see, that's been 14 years ago, was a lot less. Started seeing some problems then, and then that was actually, 2013 was a year when we had a decent drought. So at that time, that's when the even-odd kind of started. There was some conservation. There was flyers that went out that year. And you can see just from very little, I guess, public notices, we were able to drop 15, 20% from 2012 to 2013. And then we started having better years, and you can see we creeped up to 2018 and 2019 and 2020 were pretty high years, over close to 9,000, maybe a little bit over. And then 21 was a hard year, 22 was a hard year, and that's when more conservation, at least notices, came out. And you can see residents did really well, city did well internally, and we were able to cut use by 20%. Since then, we've not a lot of conservation talk. Use has come up some. So now we're back to about the 9,000. And just a quick summary on our storage and where it comes from. So storage in ponds and reservoirs versus the free flow from either groundwater sources that we pump or through the Murdoch Canal. They have flow allocations that just run through Deer Creek, if that makes sense. More springs run off. And so Highland Conservation, Provo Reservoir Late, and this Central Utah project, the city has about, in a good year, an allocation of about 5,100 acre feet of water. In 2026, looking back, they've, if we're assuming a 70% reduction or a 70% allocation, that's about 3,600 acre feet that the city could pull from. In the past, and talking with staff, it'd be great, again, to get down 20%, which would also allow, so part of our storage, year over year, as long as we don't spill, the Deer Creek and the Provo reservoir, we're allowed to keep water from prior years. So we can kind of stack it up. So as of right now, Tayson has 2,200 and a little bit acre feet in Deer Creek that the city could use. Looking at past droughts, they kind of stack on each other, and the thought would be it would be wonderful just to use this year's allocation of 3,600 feet and allow for 2,200. Hopefully we don't have more drought, but that's where we could get. And then another quick table. This one was produced in 2017, 2018, and I just added to. So often we'll look at the amount of water applied to an irrigated acre. So here, just different application rates for different cities. At this time, Saratoga Springs had meters. Others were metered through their drinking water system, and so they'd come up with these application rates. But you can see in 2017, when we looked at data, we were at 6.2, which was really high. There's a lot of water use. 2022, with the conservation, we actually citywide had come down to 5.1, which is pretty good, and that's actually close to the level of service in the master plan that the city council back in 2019 adopted for impact fees and such. So 5.1 is still pretty good. We could definitely come down a lot more, and hopefully with meters, that's the case. And then just to show 2025 was kind of got back up to 5.8.
On this table that you just had up,
yeah,
the irrigated area is really the permeable surface. It's not total. Correct? Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So they yes. Thank you. Done some looks with that, and then just in similar to what we'd looked at in 21 and 22, and working with staff, just some different conservation strategies. Again, so that we have water into the following years. And then, yeah, another point with conservation of less water is the system runs a lot better. When Tayson is using 7,500 acre feet in a year, we have a lot better pressures. They're able to keep ponds full. Pumping's less expensive. So it really goes hand in hand with, less water use. With a 20% reduction from this last year, should be easily attained. And like just some of the bullet points, still keeps, lawn should still have no problem being kept green. This would give us a use of 4.5, which is easily done by other cities. Residents could water by hand the different brown spots. We've seen 25 to 15% pretty easy in the city with just public notices. A few strategies for public awareness that had come up. Our meter information now is ready for rolling out. That's very helpful. Those could be provided in the monthly bills. We talked about postcards and mailings. We spoke about, and it's come up really quick, we could reduce watering when we have cooler weather and rainstorms. That helps a lot. Another one, high winds. High winds actually, if you're watering when we have high winds, those are worse than watering in the heat of the day. As similar in the past, we have the newsletters that go out, social media, and if needed, door to door. So that's kind of the state of where we are, following what Ernie had to say. Yeah.
No, perfect, much appreciated. Councilmember Smith, do you have questions?
Yeah, I do.
Perfect.
So you said it's interesting to see where all of our pressurized irrigation comes. Obviously, Merrick Fork River, Murdoch Canal, and all these different things, but part of it comes from the wells. Yes. So I understand we have 5 culinary wells, but there's a 6th well that can go into the pressurized irrigation, but the culinary water wells can feed into the pressurized irrigation too. Is that true?
So there's one of the wells that's at 6,011,800. It was built to a dual drinking water standard, but it's used in the PI. So they use that in the Northwest exclusively in the PI. There are a couple of the other wells that can feed into the PI system with a change of a piping.
But obviously on some years you depend on that a little bit.
Yes.
To do that.
Yes, definitely. Let's see. Even here you can see, the wells are in red. So you can see, yes, they'll use more well water. And that's part of the city's water management plan with their water rights, using more well water, groundwater when we have issues. So yes, definitely.
So that opens up a big question, because we have Lehigh and TI that wants to drop a well 1,000 feet on 6,000 west.
Yeah.
That's not going to only affect our culinary wells, but it'll also affect our pressurized irrigation if we need to use some. Won't that be true?
Yeah, any use. And we've seen 50, 100 feet of water levels over the past 15 years in the city. So yeah, any more straws in the ground and bringing water out will.
So we don't have to only worry about culinary, but we've got to worry about pressurized irrigation that way as well.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, good question.
That's it.
Councilmember Courtney?
Well, I particularly enjoy and appreciate the slide that you had with some suggestions on what we might do to encourage conservation and some education. So thank you for that. But no, I don't have any questions.
Okay, great. Yeah, and usually it was brought up before, meters in some areas, they've seen a reduction of 40% once they start metering and just the public seeing, wow, we're using a lot. So hopefully that's the case. Yeah.
I don't have any questions, but thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I really appreciate the slides. Thank you. I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
Great. Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much.
We appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to our consent items. So we have consent item A and B. We also have, I think, some updated minutes by Doug, if anybody would like to take a look at those as well. And is there anybody who would like to make a motion?
I move. Can I do that? I'll move.
Sure, yeah.
I move that the city council approve consent item 2A, the approval of meeting minutes from February 17th, 2026, and item 2B, ratification of large purchases.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councilmember Rice and a second by
I'll second.
Councilmember Rodella.
I move to
And-
amend the
Yes.
motion to include the minutes amendment that I distributed.
And does everybody have that in front of you? And it was posted by the door as well.
I did. Do you want me to restate the motion, or?
So how does it work best?
I will,
Restate the motion.
given that there is no second, my amendment failed. I seek unanimous consent to update the motion to include those distributed amendments in the minutes.
Perfect. Do you have that, Stephanie? Okay. So then,
If you just check to see if there's any objection, if nobody objects, we can just do it.
yeah. Is everybody good with that motion and with Doug's changes? Yeah. Perfect, then we can take a vote on that.
I can get the.
Just waiting. Yeah, just, let's,
It doesn't like me.
well, that's okay. Let's go ahead and we can take your voice vote. Councilmember Campbell?
Yes.
And then we can see the rest of them. Perfect, that passes 5-0. Okay, our next item, we've got an action item. So this is a public hearing about parkway detail side yard setbacks for accessory structures. So what I think we'll do is we'll go ahead and have the presentation from Rob. If the applicant is here and would like to comment, we'll let him make any statement that he would like to, and then we'll come back after that.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor indicated, this is an application for a text amendment submitted by one of our, I guess, future Highland residents, current Highland property owner, building a house currently. John Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, he owns property in the Stony Brook subdivision along 4800 West, which, per our city standards, includes a parkway detail. In this subdivision, Stony Brook, the parkway detail is the majority of it actually is located within an easement on Mr. Armstrong's property and the property across the street. So there's a 20-foot wide easement along the west side of his lot that includes the parkway detail. In our city code, accessory buildings are required to be set back a minimum of 20 feet from side lot lines near a street or 20 feet from the parkway detail. And as staff has looked at this, our interpretation is he has to be not only 20 feet from his property line, which is, on closer to the street, but also 20 feet from the back of the fence of the parkway detail. His request was to amend this section, essentially to measure side setbacks to be 30 feet from the curb and not have the parkway detail essentially act as a additive setback for accessory structures. As staff looked at this, the city has changed its street side accessory building setbacks several times in the last 15 odd years. So there's not always been consistency in it, and there are a couple of times that I think staff has missed a setback requirement, including across the street in this subdivision. Throughout the city, kind of the older parkway details are located entirely within the city's right-of-way, so the city owns the property. So the 20-foot setback is the same. It's always 20 feet from whatever the right-of-way line is. But in kind of more current subdivisions, including Stony Brook, where Mr. Armstrong owns the Lot 1, they are within easements. Essentially, with it being in an easement, it restricts a good portion of the property and encumbers it with this easement, more than if the property was just deeded to the city for the parkway detail. So kind of just to highlight this, I was just showing an example from, this is Alpine Highway, and so you can see these lots when they were developed, their property lines run, oh, that's the eraser. Here, basically along the fence line. So their property lines and the parkway detail are 1-to-1. So when they measure if they build a garage They just have to be 20 feet in from the fence line, which is also their property line, which is the standard corner lot requirement. And you can see that, I also kind of made a diagram showing that as well. So for them, if they have the standard 130 feet R140 frontage standard, they get to use all of that. However, this is Mr. Armstrong's lot here. You'll see his property line is actually out here. However, the Parkway detail runs here. So that's a portion of property that he owns, but the city has encumbered with an easement given to the city by a developer. And so it does restrict that portion of what he can do. And so in this case, rather than measuring from his property line here, we instead have to measure 20 feet out to here. This means we still measure home setbacks 30 feet from property line, so the home only has to be 10 feet away from the fence. That means the accessory structures, in this case, have to be further back from the side than the home does, which is not how we typically regulate accessory structures. So you can see on here on the right side, their proposal essentially to keep it outside of the Parkway detail, but more or less just a foot away from the fence line. So they are 30 feet from curb, or staff proposed it 20 feet from the property line or 1 foot from the Parkway detail, whichever is more restrictive. The Planning Commission considered this item.
Rob, one quick question about that last diagram.
Yes.
Is it, just looking at it here, we've got 29 feet of Parkway detail. Is it conceivable that we would have the entire Parkway detail as an easement?
Not, I can't imagine that would ever happen. The reason why it's 29 feet, so 29 feet is the standard Parkway detail. 9 feet is our standard past curb. So our right-of-way goes typically 34 feet of asphalt, and then we have gutter, curb, 4 feet of park strip, 5 feet of sidewalk. So that 9 feet, that's normally the park strip and sidewalk. We just then add on 20 feet for the Parkway detail. As I mentioned, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this request on February 24th. There were no public comments received either prior to or during the hearing. There's a lot of discussion on potential unintended consequences. How would this affect, since this is a zone-wide change, how will this affect other areas in the city? And as we had a brief discussion with Chair Howden earlier about whether setbacks should be part of a more holistic approach to all setbacks, not just this specific one. Impact of this change on safety and aesthetics, and whether to reduce the setback, but not quite as much as the applicant wanted. Ultimately, the vote was 4-2 to recommend staff's approach, staff's language to accomplishing the applicant's goals, which is you measure 20 feet from property line or 1 foot from the Parkway detail, whichever is more restrictive. And our recommendation, we again published notice of this. Again, we have received no comments. Our recommendation is to hold a public hearing and to hear from the applicant and determine whether to approve or deny his request. This is a legislative matter and very much a policy matter, so staff doesn't have a particular recommendation on how setback should be. That's more for how do you as the city council and elected leaders feel this should look in Highland. So our only recommendation is if you support this proposal, we liked our language as we felt it was a little bit cleaner in how that accomplished that goal, and then applying that consistently throughout all residential zones in the city. With that, that's the end of my presentation. I also mentioned, probably saw an email a little bit earlier from Councilmember Courtney regarding essentially making it clear that this setback from streets and Parkway detail should also apply to rear lot lines that abut streets or Parkway details. Staff would have no concerns with that if that were to be adopted as well.
Perfect, thank you. The applicant is here. Yeah, do you have anything you'd like to speak to?
Yes, so thanks for having me.
Can you state your name just for the record?
John Armstrong.
Thank you.
Future resident of Highland.
Welcome.
Thank you. I guess ultimately, Rob showed the language, and the language is clear. It says or, not and. It's not meant to be additive with these setbacks. And so, we're looking to mirror exactly what took place across the street from us. You saw that structure that they have, which is right against the fence. We would kind of like to have the similar situation. I know our builder told me that, you know, the house itself, if we were to build the house, we could build that as close to the fence. It just doesn't make sense that we would have another structure that couldn't be localized in the same fashion. We just ultimately just want common sense to prevail here. So thank you.
Okay, we appreciate it. This is a public hearing, so we'll go ahead and open that up now. Anybody would like to comment?
I'm Chad Broadhead. I'm also a resident of Highland. I live on Stony Brook as well. And I'm just gonna, who should I give this to circulate? Is that all right if I give something to?
Yeah, if you want to start it down there, and then we'll end it with our recorder.
So there's two maps on that. One is just the proposed accessory building with the current building that we're about halfway through right now on. The issue is currently that the house can be set closer to that fence than the accessory building can be. And so in 2021, in August, the house across the street was granted a permit. We've had a really productive time with Rob. He's been very helpful in this process. So we're just basically at this point looking to see if we can mimic what the other neighbors have. And also it's, because it's an R140 and we have this easement, what we're finding is that we've kind of, I can't remember the word you used, it's like a legally non-conforming zone that we're in, just because we have no use of that property. And I guess it would become legally non-conforming if they ended up widening that road. And so the purpose of this is to try and give John as much property as possible. I'm also the builder of said house. But also to, if that road does widen out, give him the ability to screen portions of that road widening, which would basically help him out and other residents on the street and further down. And I'd also just like to take a second to thank the people who've been at the house this week and actually looked at this. We really appreciate the interest in it. I've had many city council members look at different things. I've had some in my house. We appreciate all of you guys and what you've done. So I know that this isn't falling on deaf ears. We just want to make sure that we're given the consideration in this. So we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Council, Wes Warren. Just wanted to add one other thing that we, or at least I, considered and talked a little bit about during Planning Commission, was keeping in mind the spirit and kind of the philosophy behind not just parkway details, but setbacks in general. Like, what's the purpose? What are we, putting these setback distances for? And there's safety, there's traffic and noise and stuff, and whether or not this proposed amendment would continue to support, the reasons for having setbacks. And part of that went into my decision-making process, and I eventually, I voted in favor of recommending this to the council. But I just wanted to throw that out there as another thing that we considered in discussion also. So, thanks.
Thank you. Deborah.
Do you have, did he get, can I see that?
Doug has it.
Which one are you looking for? It's the property across the street, and that's there.
Oh, I know this. Okay. Did also vote to go with this again, and because I hadn't seen it and all that. My problem is, well, first of all, you cannot compare this one to across the street. Across the street, the house is set back more, the building is.
Deborah, could you speak into the mic? I think
Sorry,
I think we're not.
the whole
I think
world
we're
could
not
hear
picking
me.
it up for anyone on the video.
Sorry about that. until we're able to do something about our, putting parkways in people's property, and that, I do have some issues with that, so, but this, I don't know if you saw, the map you saw up there with the property lines and all the different things was not his house, okay? The house, I don't know if you've seen it. If you show the one I saw today, the whole wall of the west side is is like 10 feet. It looks 6, but it's 10 feet from the wall we built, the city wall. And the shed, that's what was called, is like a 25-foot high garage with whatever else is there. The problem is when the owners bought the property, they knew about, the parkway was already in. When they built the house, they knew their setbacks. And when I voted, it was kind of like I saw that little, same picture you saw. So I thought, oh, that's, cute little house, and this will be in the corner, no biggie. And they drew a little graph, and it looked like a small shed. But I just feel like you can't, buy a property, fill literally half your property with a house, and then complain you don't have enough yard, so you want to be able to put your shed over further. Somehow there's no logic in that to me. You buy a property, you want a big yard or a bigger yard, you build a smaller house, you do whatever, in order to not, come back to the city and say, okay, now can you make this zoning and this zoning? It's just one of those things, too. I don't know how many of you saw it, but if you walk down the parkway thing, it looks, of course, because it's very big, tall. It's 35 feet tall. It looks taller, but that's how tall it is. And anyway, I just have issues with kind of setting these precedents. We're getting an awful lot of pretty much on the sidewalk looking houses or buildings or outbuildings or whatever, and we need to kind of set some, like we were talking about earlier, some kind of limits and not have our setbacks so scallywag, But this one, no, I don't like.
Thank you, Deborah. Hi, Sherry.
Sherry Kramer. I actually voted no on this on Tuesday night. And the reason being was I felt like if this was in our code, there must be a reason. And I asked, and no one could think of one. And so I said, well, I might possibly be willing to have the setback be where the house is. But then I went and looked at it. I should have done it before, and I apologize I didn't, but I went and looked at the house afterward. And the garage wall is connected to the house, and it extends quite a long way along the property line there. And then I was trying to picture a accessory structure against the fence pretty much a foot away at 25 feet, if that was what they chose to do. And it would just extend and look like a big wall going all the way down. And the unintended consequences I can see happening here are when that lot behind them ends up developing, if they have a house facing west, they really are going to lose all that sight line to the south because there will be just a wall there. And so, yeah, that was a concern to me, and I thought, well, this makes sense why we have that extra setback for the accessory structure, because then it's not just a big long wall. We have a little bit of difference in the home, and so it's a little bit varied, and it looks a little nicer. So thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Would anybody else like to comment?
So has she changed her mind? Yes. Sherry, you changed your
no.
mind?
No.
You
No.
did not change your mind? Oh, you voted no.
Deborah changed her mind, yes. Any other comments? No, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And did you want to respond to anything that was just said, or are you good to move ahead to council discussion?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I'd want to say is the structure is there to avoid visual pollution from me storing certain things there.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to have a structure that will be able to house some of those types of items versus me just storing them in that back corner. It just seems like that would be the best interest of Highland and as well as my neighbors. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. We will go ahead and bring it back then to the council for discussion. Councilmember Courtney, what do you think?
Having been out and looked at the property in question and the site, I certainly understand the concerns that folks are raising about what the look is going to be from the street. I'm not convinced that if we're talking about a 25-foot accessory building, that there's going to be a significant difference in look from the street if we push it back 10 feet. I'm not entirely sure where I land on this. Some of the concerns I've heard, meaningful concerns. I'll think about it and looking forward to hearing what other folks are thinking. One thing that I do want to highlight, and Rob mentioned it, that I distributed a proposed amendment 4A-1, which is also available out on the tables where folks signed in, if anyone would like one. That if we're going to approve this, there are cases where we have double fronted lots or a cul-de-sac abutting one of these streets. And I think that we should, if we are going to make this change, I think we should make it for both side and rear lot lines that are abutting Parkway detail.
This one has been an interesting one because I've actually kind of flip-flopped, if you will. I am a real property rights guy. The offset, I always say that in the context of as long as it doesn't impose anything negative to the neighbors and it fits the code, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I believe in zoning and I believe in setbacks, et cetera. But when a resident wants to do something, I want to do all I can to make sure there's reason not to. Otherwise, I want to support it. That's just who I am. Having said that, I look at this and I realize, I went out and visited it earlier today, and that's I don't know how long your home is, 100 feet, 90 feet with the garage on the end of it. And maintaining that same look of basically a wall, the front of the home is spectacular. That side it looks like a wall. And it concerns me that we really have an applicant here who had, when the plans were drawn, they knew what the requirements were. You knew what the setbacks were. And you come and want us to change it, I have to have a real good reason to do that. The way things are right now, I can't support this. I've got a whole list of other specific reasons. I will not go through that list right now, but I think the fact that we're adhering to the code the way it exists now, I don't see a compelling reason to change it.
Councilmember Rice.
So I went through this really in a lot of detail, and I went out and walked the property. It's actually a very beautiful home, Mr. Armstrong. I thought it was really lovely. Tell me, how big is the building again? How many square feet behind there? It's not just 900 and, it seems like 9-something is what you told me yesterday. I don't recall right off.
It was 20 by 44 maybe on the plan there.
All right. So the one across the street is not as large as that, or is it the same? Do we know? That we approved?
I don't have the answer immediately
Okay.
for you. I'm sorry.
I am really torn here, and because we have approved others. And what concerns me is our flip-flop, I hate to use these words, but our flip-flopping back and forth on the years that Rob was presented, what's gone on. My other concern is, and it probably won't happen in my lifetime, but is widening the road. Going to be a problem because I realize they'll make you rip it out, and it won't be the city. There's a utility box, silver utility box that sits just on the other side of the fence that I also think is a real concern. I was on the phone to Chad yesterday or a couple of days ago, and I said, "Are you going to move the fence?" And he said, "Oh, no," and I wouldn't expect that. I just had to ask that question. We have a couple of other incidents very similar, where we've got these large, super large buildings right there near a foot from the fence, and it is a foot from the fence. And we have a couple of others, and we have a couple of others developments with perhaps the same incidents going to take place. And it just worries me that we continue to set precedents with not following our code or policy. So I'm still debating in my brain. I'd like to what the others here would like, the others, Councilwoman Mardella and Smith, it's just really hard. I mean, to me, if we've let others do it, then why not let them do it? I too am really for allowing people to do what they need to do with their property unless it's going to affect other property, like what Ron said, owners. But
Am I wrong in the fact that those others were an oversight? That was not a decision that was made? It was approved, and we did not recognize that it did not meet the
Yes,
setbacks?
they were permitted, but they were errors. They should not have been permitted.
They should not have been permitted. I want to make that clear.
Well, the developer did not show that it was on a corner like that, and corners are a bit of a problem. So I'm just going to pass this on for a moment.
Councilwoman Rodella.
We have our code, we have our ordinances, and they're there for a reason. And I like what Planning Commissioner Sherry Kramer said, that there's reasons for those. And so when we go into a project, when somebody builds a house, when they buy property, they know what the expectations are. And so I am not inclined to change what we already have. I'm fine with what we have, and I'm fine with making sure that expectation is there. I did it once before at the very beginning of my stint here on City Council 6 years ago, and it has been a constant problem. So for this, I will not be voting to change it.
It's my turn.
It's you, yes.
So first of all, I'd like to start out with a question to Rob, if I could. So I've been on the council for a while, and I wasn't aware that we have people's property lines going into the middle of the parkway detail. Is this fairly prevalent? How have I missed this over the years?
It has become more common in recent years. Part of it is, you'll remember we round down in R140 now, where it used to be round to the nearest whole number. We tightened up some of the restrictions on how you do density, and we don't have so all those things combine where developers are trying to maximize their lots and their lot sizes and the number of lots they can build. And if we require them to give us the parkway detail, they sometimes they might lose a lot or two out of their development. we've had nothing in our standards that says that must be dedicated as right-of-way, so long as there is some ownership by the city, whether right-of-way or an easement, that lets us maintain and preserve that going forward. So it's kind of been a balance between getting the parkway detail done and having developers still be able to be willing to do it and not fight us on it.
So unless there's, with the new changes at the state level, unless there's a zoning change, we don't get any say on this. Because this is a surprise to me. I don't know how I've missed this over the years, that the developers were using some of the parkway detail for their density. So this has been educational for me.
Scott?
Yeah.
May I jump in real quick with a question for Rob on that same?
You bet. Go right ahead, and then I want to finish.
Rob, do we have any idea kind of what a ceiling of the number of additional lots that might fall into this category are going forward?
Hard to say. The big areas we have left that would be involved would be the rest of 4,800. So going up basically from 11,200 north, there's the Maddox property there that could be developed. Along 10,400, there's several larger parcels that are still undeveloped that would be required to put in the parkway detail. So, you know, couple dozen maybe, really estimated.
Thank you. When you were talking about this being unexpected, it was unexpected to me too. And I
totally appropriate.
Wondered kind of how many.
Yeah, I was kind of very interested in that. So in one way, that's very, I mean, if you buy that property, you're aware of that issue and different things, but in some ways it seems to be a little unfair to the owner. But I was just thinking that. That said, I restored, or still working on it, my grandparents' home. I grew up in Pleasant Grove, and I inherited their home, and we've been doing a lot of restoration, and we built some outbuildings. And Pleasant Grove is very strict on their codes. And we decided to build a kind of a gazebo pavilion, and we had to have it, I think theirs is 8 foot away from our fence, although we counted part of the fence and different things, but we're away from and then I built the garage. When we built a new garage out there, we made sure we met all of the easements and also the setbacks. And I'm glad I did it. And I think things are better because we have those setbacks. Because I have some neighbors over there that just totally disregard it, and they've got buildings right on my fence. And so I look at, so there's no kind of break there. So, I think when we make codes as a city, I'm a strong advocate for property rights, and if you look at what I've voted for over the years, I've always kind of sided with the applicant. But you know what? I hate to say this, but on more than one occasion, it's come back and bit me. And because people run with it. For example, I can think of two things close to where I live where we granted someone to build a bigger accessory structure, and it's bigger than his house, twice as big as his house. And we've had a lot of people complain about that. I lean towards some adjustments we made on the west side of Highland. I won't mention names and different things, but we were misled on what that property was going to be used for. And so I think we need to just have our codes and stick with them, and people, when they build, should know that these are the codes. And I think it's very unfortunate for the Armstrongs that part of their property is in that parkway detail, but at the same time, I think we need to preserve setbacks from the fence, because then you end up with a lot of exceptions to the rule, and people point this out and that, and there's one over on 6,000 West, which was an exception that we all know on, and so you've got a huge accessory structure right on the fence line, and it doesn't look good, and it's not, and it doesn't add to the safety of people that are trying to use that sidewalk stuff. So I'm going to lean against voting against this because I'm concerned, and I'll tell you, I have easements on my property in Highland. I have the Central Utah Water Project. 2 pipelines go through the end of my property. I can't build anything there. And so I knew they were there, and so I haven't built anything there. I don't have any sheds or anything there. I have a tree or two that they're always trying to cut down, but I try to have them in a planter box and a few things. And I had to go over and sign an agreement with the Central Utah Water Project in order to do anything. So I understand easements, but I also understand property rights. But in this case, I'm going to support the city code that exists.
Is there any further discussion anybody would like to have Further discussion, or I would also take a motion if we're ready for that.
I move the city council deny, are they both here?
I don't specifically have a motion to deny. but
Okay,
it's a motion to
I'll
deny
make
the
that
application.
motion. I move that the city council deny the proposed amendment modification residential accessory structure setbacks from parkway details.
So the motion is to deny the request. So do we have a second?
I'll second it.
So that's a motion by Councilmember Campbell, a second by Councilmember Smith, and we can go ahead on that vote, which is the motion to deny. So it's still not going to let you vote?
No, doesn't like me.
We'll go ahead then and let you do your voice vote,
Yes.
and then we can see the remaining, and that motion passes 3-2.
Well, it's
3 to
4-1.
4 to 1.
4-1.
Sorry, 4 to 1. Sorry, Ron. Math is hard when it's not right in front of you. Okay. Moving on to item 4B, this is the signs in residential professional zone, and this item is Rob doing the presentation is what the agenda says.
Thank you, Mayor. This, we talked about this briefly regarding an item that was brought up by Councilmember Courtney on a previous council meeting. And there was kind of a general support from the council about looking at amendments to signage in the residential professional zone. So based on that, we took that item to the Planning Commission, and now it's before you. So just as a reminder, the residential professional zone is only in 3 places in Highland. This is shown in the kind of blue color. On the left there is the Point, now Move Studios. You have the dental office that's just west of the car wash, and then on the corner there's southeast corner of Alpine Highway and Timpanogos Highway, where the Wells Fargo Intermountain Clinic and an office building is the other residential professional area. The RP zone has limited sign allowances. You're allowed 1 monument sign and no commercial center freestanding signs. So just before I get too far, I just wanted to make sure I'm using the right language so you understand what I'm talking about. On the left there, that is a monument sign. It's 6 feet tall is the maximum height. You can have 42 square feet of sign. There's several of them along SR 92. So these are the lower, person height signs, usually with 1 or 2 businesses. Some have more. On the right there is what we call in our code the commercial center freestanding sign. It can be in all zones except for the Highland Mains one. It can be up to 15 feet. Highland Mains, the council may remember, those of you who are on it, doing an amendment to allow them to go higher than that. But these are multi-tenant, meant to kind of advertise an entire shopping center. So in the RP zone, they're only allowed 1 monument sign per highway frontage, so 1 on SR 92, 1 on Alpine Highway. They cannot have those taller commercial center freestanding signs. And in that southeast corner area, both monument signs have already been built, and they've been occupied by Wells Fargo and the Intermountain Clinic. So that third building, the office building, is not allowed to have any kind of signage along the roads. So when we received direction, here's just a diagram showing there's a lot of setbacks and rules. Essentially, there's no place you can put another sign. I came up with a couple of different options of how to maybe allow more signage, trying to kind of give you a few things to consider. Option 1 is to allow additional monument signs, so those 6 feet tall signs. This option removes the 1 per highway restriction, but adds a 1 per business restriction. So Wells Fargo couldn't add more signs, but that office building could get another sign. It adds a 15-foot setback from residential zones, so they can't put it right next to the homes on either side. And it allows signs, normally there's 130 feet between monument signs. This would allow that to be reduced by half, so long as you're either side of a roadway. So here's a diagram showing it. You can see basically what this would allow is over here on the right side, east side of that driveway, they could have another monument sign advertising the tenants in that commercial office there. It goes 65 feet from the existing one on the west side of that drive aisle. This wouldn't change anything for Move Studios or the dental office. They're already allowed to have one sign. This wouldn't add more or reduce that. They could still put their sign up if they wanted. And this is the option that the Planning Commission recommended. The other option I proposed would be to allow those a taller commercial center freestanding sign. Essentially, it would allow it in this space I marked off here. You'd have a 250-foot setback from the intersection, 50 feet from the monument sign, so they could put a taller sign, not next to the driveway access, but somewhere in the middle there to advertise tenants in that area. As the Planning Commission looked at that, they didn't like that thought. They thought more of residential professional is supposed to be a buffer between the higher intensity retail and residential, so keep it limited to just those 6-foot signs rather than allowing a taller one. So as I mentioned, the Planning Commission did consider this. Again, last Planning Commission meeting on February 24th, we again received no public comment. A lot of discussion, just making sure how do we avoid allowing too many signs to avoid visual blight and interference with site triangles, and making sure we have aesthetics for our signs going forward. And ultimately, they voted unanimously in favor of option 1, so allow an additional monument sign along essentially SR 92 for that office building. In the packet, I showed other examples. If you kind of in front of the Macy's property where you have multiple tenants, that's what we would anticipate would happen for that office building as well. We published notice for this meeting and hearing. We again received no comments. As we looked at this as staff, again, the general plan does direct that we should strengthen our existing businesses and the town center in particular. This seems like a reasonable way of doing that without drastic impacts to the rest of Highland City. So our recommendation is to hold a public hearing and adopt the recommended option, which was to allow the additional monument signs, option 1. With that, that concludes my presentation.
Perfect, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Mr. Warren.
Me again.
Does your shirt say burritos?
No, this is
Doritos.
Doritos. The reference, you recognize it? Do you get it?
I don't get it, but now I feel like I would like a burrito.
Soda? Yeah.
Okay.
I like Mexican sodas. Well, thus concludes my time. I'm not saying this because I'm an advertiser, okay? And I've battled sign battles in Houston, and if you want restrictive signing laws, go to Houston, holy cow. I think a sign like this, a monument sign, I was gonna do this, but it's like 6 feet tall, right? Among, kind of being fair for this kind of zone, because other, commercial professional zones get it. It is important for safety. Without roadside, signs, you have people driving by and they're looking deep into where the building is to see if this is where I'm supposed to go, and especially for businesses that aren't frequented as much as, like retail, to where you might be going once for several months, I don't know. Just a little sign letting drivers know this is what you're looking for is really important. I just wanted to say that. Thanks, Council, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to discussion, starting with Councilmember Campbell, I think. We've talked about this a little bit before.
Yes, we have, and I talked with Wes about it, and I actually didn't see the Planning Commission on this section. I had some other commitments. I watched most of the meeting, and they got to this, and I had to cut away, but I understand where they were coming from with option 1. I also like option 2. When you talk about residential professional, I mean, if we took down one of those buildings, could a house be built there for residential? what is residential professional? How does that differ from commercial professional?
So it's limited to, essentially, it's meant to be non-retail. So it's
Yes.
has a lower impact than your food stores, your grocery stores. So you're not having as much traffic. So it buffers the high-intensity commercial, which is Town Center and Macy's and Highland Mains. Then it's buffered by residential professional, which is lower intensity, non-retail uses, and then it goes to residential. So it's
Got it.
between residential and commercial.
Yeah, very good. I like option 1, but I also like option 2. I'm interested to see what others have to say about it. I think option 2 maybe gives a little more options for those businesses to be able to put something on a sign than just one additional. Because we're talking about just one additional monument sign or 2?
More or less one. Theoretically, they could put one on the Intermountain side, Alpine Highway side, but Intermountain would have to buy off on it because it's their property.
Got
But
it.
theoretically, they could. Like they have Wells Fargo Intermountain advertises on the office building property on the north side.
Yeah.
That could
Right.
happen on the other side with agreements.
Right. Well, I'm not as actually concerned about the office residents because, tenants, because I don't believe they are necessarily concerned about a sign. Grabber Construction Products was in there. They never cared that anybody knew that they were in there. The dentist maybe wants something there. He's in that office building, but I am concerned about the use of the building that's for healthcare. That is it really adequate? So I'm anxious to hear what others say. Right now, I'm for option 1, but I would go for option 2 if others would support that.
Councilmember Rice, what do you think?
Could you put option 2 up one more time, please?
I'm not sure which is the best way to.
I'd prefer the map, but this is
There you
okay.
go.
There we go. That's all. I think option 1 is.
Kim?
I just like that the planning commission all voted for option 1, so I just want to follow what planning commission says.
Dr. Smith?
Okay, so I'm going to state my conflict here because this discussion actually started because I'm a member of a 31 partnership in medical practice in the north end of Utah County, and the CEO. I'm not on any of their committees, the building board or the on the main committee. In fact, if I ran, I probably would get defeated, which is I always thought was interesting. My partners won't vote for me, but the city does, which I think is funny. But anyhow, the CEO approached me and said, "Hey, we're kind of interested in that one building to maybe put a satellite clinic there." I thought it was a good idea, but he says the problem we have with that building is you can't have any signage. You can have it on the side of the building, but you can't have a monument sign. And if you're a practice, you want to let people know where you are. So I don't think it's going to happen because they presented in one of the meetings and there were a lot of negative comments about putting the clinic there, although I kind of like the idea. But so that's my conflict of interest. But I think we need to stop and think, and we're going to talk about Chamber of Commerce here in a little bit, but we do have a number of office buildings in the city where I think we'd have better success, especially this particular building, if they could have better signage. And so I think I like option 1 too, because it's a small monument sign, but it still says, hey, this is whatever business there, because that building's been there for a long time and it's usually vacant. And so I think if we're going to promote our office space and our commercial space, I think we don't want we don't want it to look like some of our neighboring cities. And I like the smaller monument signs and the way we've tried to make our city beautiful. But at the same time, those that want to come here and provide a service or a business need to be able to have appropriate signage so people know that they're there. So that's got to be one of the busiest intersections in the state of Utah. And so, I think I'm going to vote for option 1 in that, but I don't think our clinic's coming there, so I guess it's really not that much of a conflict.
Councilmember Courtney?
I completely agree with everything that Councilmember Smith said. I think it's an important thing to do to support our businesses and to support the existing businesses and to be a draw for new businesses that want to move into some of that space.
All right, any further discussion, or we could also take a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Perfect.
I move the city council adopt the proposed amendment modifying monument sign regulations in the residential professional zone. Do you want me to go on with that? On that, the city council may also adopt?
No,
That's just the
no,
first one,
just
right?
that.
Okay, that's all.
Second.
Professional zone.
Perfect. That was Councilmember Rice with the motion and Courtney for the second, and we can go ahead and vote. Some of us can vote. I will be working on my addition skills in the background.
I had to close mine out and come back in.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Campbell.
Yes.
And that passes 5-0. I got it right, I think. Perfect. On to the Chamber of Commerce membership consideration. And this is, I understand this is on the agenda as presented by Aaron, but I see that we also have Rob Crawley in the audience, and he's put a lot of work into this. So let's hear what Aaron's introduction, and then if you want to add anything else, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jay. So tonight you're considering whether or not to that you would like to join our the Highland Alpine Chamber of Commerce. So just as a reminder where we've been. So from 2020 to 2025, the city participated with the American Fork Chamber of Commerce, and we were a sponsoring member of that group. And then just recently in 2026, the Highland Alpine Chamber of Commerce has been formed. So they have a board of directors at this point, and they have a number of sponsor companies. So kind of the main ones they have that they showed as part of the flyer that was included in this presentation, in your council packet. Some of their sponsor companies are Myers Meats, Altabank, Pizza Pie Cafe, and Gold Silver Crypto. However, they do have a number of other companies, member companies, who have joined as well. It was included in your packet as well. They have an opening event planned for May 9th, and my understanding is they have some additional events planned as well. And they have invited Highland City to consider joining as what they call a municipal member to be a part of their chamber. So I don't want to go through this in detail. If the council would like Mr. Crowley to, I'm sure he'd be happy to. But the chamber, this was what they included in their email to the council, just of the benefits that they see the chamber offering. So networking opportunities, doing kind of formal ribbon cuttings, a welcome wagon program, just promoting our businesses, advocacy, and engagement overall. So joining the chamber does mean, as a part of their bylaws, that Highland would receive a seat on the board of directors if we do opt to join. I think I failed to mention, I apologize, I think it was on a previous slide and I didn't mention, so council as residents, right, because we don't currently have a council assignment to this group. This is part of the consideration, but as residents, both council members Liz Rice and council members Ron Campbell have been very involved with the chamber, and Liz Rice, again, as resident, has been appointed on their board at this time. If the council does want to move forward with the chamber, in the past when we've partnered with other organizations that are technically outside of the city, but we've decided to partner with, we do some kind of a memorandum of understanding, right? Just to kind of talk through, make sure that the expectations are clear on how we are going to partner moving forward. And I feel like clear expectations make good partners overall. And so staff, if you do choose to join with the chamber, staff would recommend that we do work on an MOU to clarify some of these things, such as how are we going to advertise for the chamber, you know, in newsletter or social media or the like, any use of our facilities, and if we are going to charge fees there, what information we'll provide in terms of resident or business information through business licensing, and then how that participation in city events will work insurance use, and some of these things I mentioned to Mr. Crowley. He and I had a conversation on Thursday last week. I mentioned these to him, and in conversation, I feel like we'll be able to come to agreement on all of them, but it's still something that as staff, we would recommend we get down in writing overall. And I believe that is all of my presentation, Madam Mayor.
Perfect. So I would love it if Mr. Crawley would come up, introduce himself, and if there's any additional information that wasn't covered, we'd love to hear that from you also. This is not typical, but this is a thing that we've been kind of going back and forth with Councilmember Rice and Campbell, and just want to make sure that we give you the opportunity. So welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Bills, and thank you, Council, for welcoming me here today. We're really excited. So I'm the President and the Chair of the Highland Alpine City Chamber of Commerce. I also want to mention we have Jo Lambert. She is the Vice Chair of the Chamber. And we have, our bylaws call for 9 members of our board. We've already assigned 8. We're looking for one final board member, and we're hopeful to get one more from Alpine just to include them a little bit more, because we have a city council member there that's on our board. But yeah, things have come together fast. We organized on February 8th, but there was a lot of preparation before that. I had been talking to a lot of business owners. I calculate about 70 that are in Highland. There's about 120 that we have record of. Out of those 70, I got really positive response about a Highland Alpine Chamber of Commerce from 68 of them. The 2 that I didn't get a positive response from just weren't interested in chambers in general. Yeah, just I've never had such. I've been in sales and business management my whole life, and never had such a positive response to anything that I've proposed or been part of. So it's been really fun, and it's come together really well. So yeah, we organized February 8th. We then filed for a 501c6 with the IRS. So we've got everything in order, and a board called, all except for one final one we're looking for. And our first event is actually March 26th, which is just going to be it's going to be at Pizza Pie Cafe. It's just going to be a luncheon. And then February 26th, sorry, did I say March 26th? Yep. 26th. And then May 9th is the grand opening over at Courage Reigns, and that's going to be an exciting event. A lot of free things, a lot of raffles to give out. It's going to really bring the community together of Alpine and Highland, and also allow businesses to set up a booth or a table to say what they are, and just a way for the residents to know more about the businesses is what this chamber is going to provide, as well as a way for businesses to reach out to the community. So I'm excited about it. There's a lot of businesses excited about it, and I think it's going to be a great addition to our community over the next many years. So do you have any questions for me?
Councilmember Rice, do you have any questions? I assume that you know the answers to most of the questions. You've been pretty involved in this, you and Councilmember Campbell.
I am really excited about this. I really am. I just don't have anything to say. I appreciate Jo, and these 2 have great expertises, and I've learned a lot from them already, and we can promote a lot of business in Highland this way.
Perfect. Councilmember Rodella, do you have any questions, comments?
So you call it Highland Alpine Chamber of Commerce. Has Alpine already signed on for this?
The city has not. I have not presented like this to them yet, but that will come. So we're kind of each one step along the way, So this is our next step, and then we'll go to Alpine City. But I have talked to many of their city council members, and one of them is on our board, Sarah Blackwell, and have had nothing but positive response from them also. Same thing I did here. Reached out to all of you as city council members, talked to almost all of you, and same thing with Alpine, got just as positive a response there. So I assume that will be coming. While I have a minute too, I want to thank Ron. Ron's the one that kind of brought it up in the first place. He was running for city council and said, we really need a Highland City Chamber of Commerce, and didn't think about it for a month or 2, but it just started hitting my mind that we really need that. And I own several businesses, and my businesses would benefit from that. I also want to thank Wes Warren. He's been working on our logo really hard, and he's got wonderful logos for us. It's hard to choose when there's so many good ones that are so creative. So anyway, it's really coming together, and it's really a community effort, and it's exciting. So other questions?
Yeah, I have a question for Rob.
Yes.
Rob Patterson. Sorry. So as a council, we will be making a recommendation of whether we want to join the Highland Alpine Chamber of Commerce and pay into that as well. Is there a conflict of interest that one of the city council members is on the board of that chamber in which we will be adopting and paying money into?
Are your board members compensated in any way, other than standard lunches and?
No, there's one advantage they have because there's a lot of effort and time put in as a board member. We don't require them to pay the $150 a year or $250 a year fee to have a business. That's a part of it. So Liz Rice does have a business, and we would let her list that as a member without paying the fee, although she said she's willing to pay it if it's considered a conflict of interest. It's for her, it'd be a $150 fee because she's an in-home business. So it's $150 for in-home businesses, $250 a year for storefront. So if that was considered a conflict, then she'd be willing to pay for it, she's mentioned.
I don't see how it would be a conflict in this case, because it doesn't provide any special benefits or privileges if the city council as a whole is deciding to proceed in this manner to any particular business or entity. So no, I don't see a conflict.
Okay.
I think it's common too for every Chamber of Commerce to offer that to their board members and, you know, committees that city council members are part of. A lot of them pay for their participation. I remember when I was on a city council, I was part of the, I can't remember what it's called now, but the sanitation district, and they paid a small amount to me. So I think it's common, but yeah.
And then one last question. I know with AF Chamber of Commerce, we had an actual list of exactly what we were, what we would be getting for our involvement in that chamber. If we do agree to join the Highland Alpine Chamber of Commerce, would we sign a contract that states explicitly what we'll be getting? For example, how many ribbon cutting ceremonies, how many luncheons? I guess I just kind of wanted more concrete, whatever our benefits that we will be receiving.
Yes, we do have a service agreement set up that lists all the benefits for chamber members. Because there's only 2 potential city members that can join, I haven't gone through and made a whole contract up, but I will at your request. You know, that'll list. There's a couple additional items that cities get, including a board seat, that will be added to that. So yeah, I'll have you sign a contract and update that from the original contract we have for the general public.
Okay, I'm getting the eye.
Yeah, you're up.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you're in.
So I want to thank you for all the work you've done on this, and also council members Rice and Campbell. I support this 100%. Just wanted to say something, and the reason I support it is one of the biggest generators for revenue for our general fund is sales tax. In fact, it's the #1 revenue generator. Most people don't realize that direct sales tax and the city that contributes to that's about 25%. And so we get 75% from this state fund that we all pay into. But there's still advantages of really promoting community direct sales tax. And so this isn't always about sales tax, but you know, survey after survey, we've found that people want us to have our commercial kind of in the center of the town, at the town center, not all over the city. And we do have some over by Ridgeview and different things. But I think anything we can do to really promote our businesses, encourage people to use them, and they understand that they actually get direct benefit not only from the services from those businesses, but indirectly through sales tax. And so I support anything we can do to do that, because we do have, as I was mentioning earlier, we do have a lot of kind of vacant buildings, and we have with businesses that have a hard time staying in business, and anything we can do to encourage that, I think, is very helpful. So I appreciate your work. I don't have any other questions. I'm obviously going to vote for this. So.
Just a side note, we are having raffles at the big grand opening that people get raffle tickets by shopping locally here. And so we're really trying to push residents to shop locally, and that's going to be a big push of the chamber always, is to get people to shop local. If you think of it, you know, they don't have people driving. It helps the environment. People don't have to drive from far away to service them. It helps the city revenues. There's a lot of reasons, and we hope to get the word out and have lists of here's all the businesses in Highland, you know, have a publication once a year that comes out with chamber members and maybe even all the businesses, just the chamber members highlighted, so that people know what they can buy locally versus going outside of our city.
And Mayor Bills, if I could add to that.
Sure.
So we also have a Facebook and Instagram page that people have joined every day. But, you know, a lot of people don't understand what Welcome Wagon is. Do you want to explain it, or you want me to? Okay,
Whatever you want.
I remember as a kid that we had a lady that came to our house with a little basket full of coupons and advertisements and a little bit of fruit, and dropped it off at our house and talked to my mom about buying locally and shopping locally, and it really encouraged people to do that, and we are doing that. Matter of fact, I'm in charge of that.
So one comment to that, and I think you guys have put so much work into this, Ron and Liz, and I know I don't even know the half of it, so it's very much appreciated. I was talking to Rob about this earlier and talking about the idea of the Welcome Wagon, which is quite the task for you to take on, so thank you. But one of the reasons I think it would be important to have a specific contract or a memorandum of understanding, like we had with the farmers market, that kind of specifies not just what you're going to offer us, but what we can offer you as well. We want to make sure that you're getting what you expect to from us. But one of the concerns that was brought up was about privacy with the Welcome Wagon and what information we're allowed to share as far as new move-ins go and how that all works. I know that there's a bunch of privacy legislation.
And I am not asking the city to give any of that. I will just go into the new neighborhoods and I go door to door. I've done that for how many elections now? And it would be new residents, you know, that I would go for.
So as long as I just wanted to make sure that we were clear with that and didn't have any.
Well, and I'm hoping that if you approve this, that you would put it on the website.
Sure.
That put your name, if you're a new resident, put your name here so we can
And
have
let us
Welcome
come
Wagon,
welcome you.
You know, kind of a volunteer type thing of. So no, I'm not asking.
So and those are good points, Liz, because I think those are the kinds of things we want to make sure are included. Like what kinds of things you would like us to include, you know, if we need information on the city newsletter or via, like Kim said, social media or whatever it is. Councilmember Courtney, did you have any?
I support this too. I agree with everything everyone has said, so don't feel the need to repeat it. And Madam Mayor, therefore, I move that the City Council authorize Highland City becoming.
Did you want to say anything?
Oh.
Wrong.
I can make a motion and we can still discuss.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that Ron had a chance to comment because this was
I would like to comment that I appreciate saying that I brought this up. And the reality is Joe Lambert and you, specifically Rob, made this happen. You're my heroes, and I could not thank you more. Anything I say would be an understatement in terms of accolades to what you're doing and what it's going to mean for our businesses in Highland. It will make a difference. We paid more. We're going to be paying $2,500 a year. We paid $3,500 for American Fork, and you'll start with the first week doing more than we got from them. So I really, really appreciate your leadership and your leadership, Joe. It's been amazing to observe, and I'm grateful to be part of it. So I couldn't support it more.
That's very kind of you.
My question and I think that was all of our questions, so thank you.
Okay,
appreciate
thanks.
it. Rob, I had one question about procedure. If we were suggesting that we wanted to see some kind of a contract or what that entails, Is there a way that we can approve becoming a member tonight, but then not authorize the official joining or something until we see that complete list so that everybody's comfortable with what everybody's getting both ways? Or what's the best way to handle it while expressing our enthusiasm tonight as well?
Yes, you could move to, essentially, as it stated, authorized to become a municipal member, conditioned on the negotiation, execution of a memorandum of understanding with the chamber. And then that way we will work on that and we'll bring that back to the council for approval, and then we'll pay the membership fee and move forward with it.
In that case, Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council authorize Highland City becoming a municipal trustee member of the Highland Alpine Chamber of Commerce, conditioned upon agreement of and execution of an MOU.
I'll second it.
Perfect, then we are ready for a vote. We'll go ahead and let you do your voice vote. I think we...
Yes.
Perfect, thank you, and that is 5-0. We are super excited to be part of this, thank you. Rob, just want to follow up and make sure we're clear on next steps. So Mr. Crawley said he had an attorney that he was working with and he could put together that agreement. So we'll just wait for that to be brought back by the
Did we have
by
one
the
with
chamber.
American Fork, a memorandum of
So I
understanding?
had actually reached out, and I'm not sure what our agreement looked like there. I had asked, talked to Melissa Clark out in the West, and
Yeah.
she was the one who suggested it was really important for both sides to have everything clarified and written down. But I'm sure that they can track that down.
In fact, they may have theirs published on their website. We may want to look at that, so.
So then we'll wait for you to bring back that agreement. And if, I would suggest if any council members have anything they would like included in that or suggestions, let's get it to them ahead of time so that that's already included and kind of expectations are set going in, I think would be helpful.
Madam Mayor, I have another motion I would like to make on that topic.
Oh, this will be fun.
That I move that the City Council authorize notice about the Chamber of Commerce to appear in the city newsletter even prior to executing an MOU, given that we have authorized membership.
I think that that's totally a fair thing to do at this point, absolutely. But would somebody like to second that motion?
I will.
Perfect. Okay, so Stephanie, this wasn't in the packet, but this is a motion to include the chamber in our upcoming newsletter, and that was seconded by Councilmember Smith. And then maybe we can work with staff to get you some clarity on kind of how much space you have and what the deadline would be for that. And that's for this next month's newsletter, correct, for April?
April.
So we can get it.
My intention and understanding with the motion was that it is a going forward thing that if it takes us 2 months to execute an MOU, then it would cover 2 months.
So are you, I just want to make sure I'm clear what the ask is. So are you wanting a newsletter article in the newsletter every month, or are you saying one in April or one in May?
My intention is simply to authorize its inclusion from the City Council, and I understand and agree with staff's concerns up until now about we're not a member of this. We don't want to, given that we have just authorized membership in it, I'm good including a notice, an article, whatever makes sense from the newsletter, pending the MOU, rather than waiting for the execution of the MOU.
Madam Mayor?
Okay.
I agree with what Doug said. I'm sorry if I'm out of order, but what you asked, I mean, we would love a little corner. Erin's already rolling her eyes at me, but a little corner for the chamber, if possible. If not, I mean, that's fine, but we would love to have that. So
So what I would prefer to do is, I think it's absolutely, we should have something in the newsletter advertising these upcoming events. I think that talk about what we should have ongoing would be something that would be good to include in the MOU, as well as how we're going to advertise on social media and all those kinds of things. But I absolutely agree with Councilmember Courtney that we should, now that this has been voted on, we should have, you know, an advertising for their upcoming event in our upcoming newsletter, but then include it.
Ongoing, are you talking ongoing?
So
or
I'm
just once
saying
in a while?
include it, I would say, my preference would be to include it for this month, right? And next month, however long it will take for the next couple of months, but not to just say that we are indefinitely going to have a newsletter article every month
Well,
indefinitely.
I would
But-
just like to be able to highlight, I mean, which the chamber will do too, but highlight, you know, a new business, like Highland Mains
Right.
or.
No, and I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying we should include that in the MOU, and we should allow that, right, until we have the MOU, but then just have that be part of the agreement so that we know how much space there is and we can plan all that. Not saying at all that we shouldn't consider having it be part of it, but I think Doug is right that we should have it be part going for the next couple months.
I guess I just would prefer to not do anything until we have it 100% solidified. You have a contract in place, you have an MOU, and if we don't have that in place, then I would prefer not to start any processes until that is solidified and in place. It's never 100% until it's actually signed.
Our problem is we don't have another meeting until the 24th. When is the next newsletter article will be due before then?
Correct, they're due on the 15th.
So could we allow for a newspaper or a newsletter article to be included this month advertising their event and then have it be part of the MOU going forward? Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, I'm fine at advertising the event, but I guess I'm just a little worried about saying that we have joined when it isn't 100% solidified yet.
Madam Mayor, I seek unanimous consent to amend the motion to limit it to the April newsletter.
Do we have a unanimous consent? You're going totally off script tonight. Such a party.
Unanimous consent is just easy because you can do almost anything
Yes.
you want like that if everybody agrees.
If everybody agrees. Do you agree, Councilmember Smith?
Most certainly.
Perfect. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You're agreeing that we will include that article for April. Okay, so then we have the motion and we have the second by Councilmember Smith. So now we can vote on that, and that will just be a voice vote, starting with Councilmember Rodella.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
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 Perfect. There we go. All right, moving on to the fee schedule update. Thank you guys for coming. We're excited. This is Jay. Jay, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here with you all tonight.
We've talked about this as well, so this should be fast.
This one should be quick and easy. It almost made it on the consent agenda. We talked last time, you were all here. The maintenance agreement application is currently $25, and we were talking about that process and talking about all of the senior staff really who deal with those. We realized that $25 is likely not enough to cover our costs as we process these applications for maintenance agreements. So we propose changing that fee to $100 per application. We also propose a $100 fee for the new application for the sale of city-owned orphan parcels, which goes through a similar review by the same staff members. And that's my presentation.
Is there a motion?
No.
It is.
There is a motion, but I would like to make a comment. Is that okay?
Yes.
When it's turn?
It
my
is. Well, I
turn?
have to see whose turn it is. Kim, you're first with this one.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Well, is it my turn now?
I would like you to, yeah.
Okay. So I agree 100% with the $100 fee if you're trying to buy the property, orphan property. but I was involved a lot in kind of all this discussion on the open space. You know, when we ask somebody to do a maintenance agreement, I think we need a fee because it takes staff time. But over the years, the maintenance agreements have become real restrictive. I mean, you can't have any curb, you can't have any structures, you can't have this and this and this. And then you have to have so much of it zero-scaped, which is expensive. And so what you're asking to do is asking the citizens to take care of city property. I mean, the only reason they'd want to do it just because it looks better, because the city doesn't have enough resources to really maintain it, so it looks nice. But then you're saying, okay, and then we're going to charge another $100 to do it. It just kind of grates on me a little bit. I probably would charge a smaller fee for maintenance agreements, because the people actually, if they're following all the rules and doing the zero-scaping and just having grass and a few short shrubs or whatever and stuff, they're beautifying the city at their expense and really don't get anything but maybe a little bit of aesthetic value out of it, because they're not going to own that property. Do you see what I mean? And then you say, okay, but we're going to charge you $100 right off the front to do it. It bothers me a little bit on that, because I think they're actually in many ways doing us a favor maintaining the property. And I think, you know, I brought up the Caddy Lane homes along there, and I don't know how many of those have maintenance agreements, but they've beautified that trail. And you know, a lot of people have done that. And so, to me, if the citizens are willing to put forth their own money and they're willing to zero-scape and they're doing all this stuff and follow all the rules, that we should encourage them to do that to a degree, because in the end, that should save city resources. So I'd probably charge $50 for the application. I think you need more than 25, but I don't know. It seems like there's two different things there. Buying the property, which enhances your property value, blah, 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 and this and that, and then doing a maintenance agreement that's just kind of aesthetic, but helps the city more than actually it helps you. So I'd just charge them 50 or something.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that City Council adopt a resolution to change the fee for maintenance agreements to $50 and set the fee for the orphan parcel sales application to $100.
And I'll second that.
Did you guys choreograph that before?
No.
Well done. That was, yeah, the motion by Councilwoman Rodella. Yep. And that was, Stephanie, did you get, that was $50 for the, okay. Perfect. Let's vote. All except for.
Real quick question. Rob,
Are you in order or out of order? If we've called for a vote and have it seconded?
Well, Scott was out of order.
Is there a second? There is a second.
There was a second.
Well. I will go ahead and just vote.
I just want to know if
yes,
he's in order or out of order.
Discussion after you've called for a vote is out of order. But you should ask for discussion before you call a vote.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and comment
I'm
on the
gonna
fact that
second
I would
that.
like to see $50 for anybody that has not encroached. If you've encroached, it's $100. I
right.
don't think we can do that,
What,
but just saying.
Doug, what's your comment?
I just wanted, do we need to do anything specifically to amend the resolution, or will the motion update the resolution for us?
Motion's good.
Okay.
And it's always a question that I'm glad we asked. That's the problem. All right, are you going to vote?
I don't know. Should we?
Well, everybody else has, but you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought we were.
No, well,
Most of us already have.
I mean, it's been a little bit of chaos the last few minutes. It's fine.
Okay. I'm going to vote yes.
Perfect. Councilmember Campbell?
Yes.
And
we're not amending it. We're just going forward with what
Yes,
we got, right?
and that would be
I've already done my.
an unconventional 5-0, Stephanie. Perfect. All right, we've got a bunch of communication items. We also have a work session and a closed session, so I would prefer to move along these quickly as we can. Councilmember Rice, what did you have with emergency preparedness?
So,
and I'm sorry, let me interrupt you for 1 second. Aaron, let me know if there's any of these that we can postpone or should postpone until next month as well. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I will try to make it as quickly as possible, but I just want to make sure that everybody is watching their newsletter or online for the emergency preparedness. Last time Scott asked a really good question, which I really didn't answer very well. So I did some research and I wanted to answer that question, which you guys just got a copy of, and Stephanie has a copy. But the top Utah disasters that we are very concerned about, that Utah in general, and I searched different sources on this. The first one, of course, is a high magnitude earthquake along the Wasatch Fault foremost, severe wildfires, significant flooding, prolonged drought, which we are in, landslides, severe winter storms, hazardous material incidents, and Utah also faces potential ecological and economic collapse due to the shrinking Great Salt Lake. And then the ninth one that I found was potential mine disasters, which we really don't have a lot of mines here, but like the Canyon Crandall mine, the collapse of the Bingham mine, those kind of things. Those are the ones. So I thought I would answer Scott in a more professional way than I did last time, but that's what we face. So it's not just one or two things, and Aaron has been awesome to work with and putting on the website. If you click on the link, it'll take you to a page that you can print out and inventory your food storage, your water, ask questions that you need. Next month, we're going to put some things in about preserving your documents and those kind of things. So this is an ongoing project for me. It's amazing what's out there. And I know that we're going to put a lot more on the website itself that we cannot put in the newsletter. We're limited on what we can do in the newsletter. So if you have any questions, I'm glad to, but I know that the mayor wants to move on.
No, I was actually going to say, I would love to also see sometime just something about, like, from a city standpoint, what we would need to do if there's an emergency, as far as like shutting off our gas or water or those kinds of things. I would love to hear about sometime.
And just so you know, and I can't really, when it was Mountain Fuel, they gave me a red wrench to shut off my gas. And they don't do that anymore, but I am trying to work with Enbridge, it's now Enbridge Gas, to see if we can't, do that on a citywide basis, because we will be on our own for 3 to 10 days. That's on FEMA, that's on the LDS website. I can't find anything different than that, and sometimes it might be even more than that on our own. So I'm working on those things, but it's just, I only have so much time.
No, it's been a lot, and you've done a great job. There's so much here to dig into, and it's appreciated. Thank you.
When I first moved here, I didn't have a wrench for my gas meter because it was, and so I went asking around, where do you get an earthquake wrench? I went to stores, asked where do you get. Everybody looked at me like I dropped in from Mars because they'd never heard of one before.
It's Amazon for $4.55.
Indeed, it is.
Perfect.
Can I make
Yeah,
a comment?
go ahead.
So I appreciate your list, all the work. I know you've been doing a ton of work on this.
Ton of work.
So one thing, though, that in the back we need to think about, I mean, the government just air flew in a nuclear reactor into Hill Air Force Base. So these small nuclear reactors are going to become a thing of the future. They are now promoting those as a source of energy, especially when you have all these AI companies coming in and needing all this stuff. So we're going to have a number of nuclear reactors. I promise you that some of the universities have small ones that research are being done. So, in the back of the mind, it may be something else to add to your list.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councilmember Smith, it's all you. Cats.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of a little slow. Okay, so I just want to present this real briefly. In the Animal Board meeting last week, there's been a lot of movement, and Ron knows about this, from a group called Best Friends. And they're really animal advocates, and there's been a lot of consternation about the fact that there are a number of cats in Utah County, feral cats, that are euthanized. So there's been several proposals that have come forth on how we can kind of prevent as much euthanization. And it was interesting, in the board meeting we had this last week, we only had 15 cats in the shelter, which is just unusual because it's usually 200. But one of the proposals has been, and we've debated it back and forth, is Best Friends was going to finance a program where they would help us basically neuter the feral cats and then release them back out into the wild. And there's been a lot of debates back and forth on that. But, and so that hasn't been agreed on because there was a lot of concern about the cost of cities and things, and then you know, what does it do to the bird population, blah, that. So there's a lot of things we're talking about. We did an RFP, and we've got a professional group coming in and looking at everything in the animal shelter to come up with ideas. But anyhow, and this is on the American Fork website, and I'm happy to pass it on to the city, but their best friends have set up clinics in Orem that twice a week, if you bring in a feral cat, different things, they'll neuter it for $1. And there's a group of some groups that are kind of advocacy groups that are kind of monitoring kind of the feral cats in their neighborhoods, and they're bringing them in. So American Fork has it on their website, advertising it. I'm just suggesting that maybe we just put it on our website as an option for people. If they want to bring in a feral cat, it could be neutered if they wanted to, you know, keep it in that. So that said, we've been taking care of 2 feral cats in my backyard. They actually get treated better than I do most times. And they got heated beds and heated water, and my wife loves these cats. And so I think there are a lot of other people that if maybe the cat was neutered, which is ours is, that they might be interested in taking care of the cat. So I don't know if you have any comments, but I just am just suggesting we put it on our website that it's an option for people.
I really think that's a fantastic idea. There is a bill that's sponsored by Keith Grover, Senator, Senate Bill 201 that passed the Senate. It's now in the House. And in the meantime, the Utah Animal Control Association flipped, and they were neutral on it. Now they're opposed to it. So there's a little bit of worry that it may not go past the House. So I've contacted Kristen and others to say, please support that bill. If 201 passes, it will, all it does not take local control away. All it does is says that animal control shelter, before they euthanize, need to look at these other options. At TNR, TNVR, trap, neuter, vaccinate, and return to where they were trapped. It's a great program, and I really appreciate Councilman Smith's involvement with the shelter. But hopefully 201 will pass. If it doesn't, you know, maybe we could look at some kind of an ordinance that say that we support the TNVR. And there's a way we can do that. Mountain, next to Springville. Geez, I'm missing the name.
Mapleton.
Mapleton. I thought Mountain, and that's block the M's. Mapleton has that in their ordinance, and we can look at something like that. But that won't be needed if 201 passes.
So let me just briefly talk about 201. The consternation from the animal shelters is that, you know, the concept is great. The problem is they have to keep the animals much longer in the shelter and go through all these procedures. It just increased costs a lot, and then those costs are passed on to the cities. So I think last year Alpine and Lone Peak paid, what, $54,000, $56,000. So it was basically not an anti-humane thing. It's the cost that's always a concern for the cities. And that's where the hesitation, I think, why the the association kind of came out against that, because there's always the hidden cost. But, you know, at the same time, you know, I think we need to advertise all these options for people, because, you know, I'm an advocate for animals. I've been on the board for a long time and that, but I understand both sides of the argument a little bit, so.
Well, the challenge for me literally is the fact that over 95% of the cats killed in Utah, that includes St. George, Ogden, Logan, 95% are in 2 shelters in Utah County. That is problematic to me. If other areas can do it, why are we killing so many cats? So that's where 211 comes into play. I think Best Friends has been very closely associated with Keith Grover in getting that passed. And I understand the other side of the argument, but that statistic to me is very troubling.
If I could make a comment on that. I really appreciate Scott and Ron for the opinions and their work on it. I will tell you that if we euthanize too many feral cats, and I do take care of 1 feral cat. If you've been to my house, you see the little feral kitty house on my porch and whatnot. But It was interesting, the last time I was in New York City, they had signs up that said, please feed the feral cats. And if you don't, you end up with a mouse problem. And I have fields behind me. Well, it's not just mice, but it's rats too. So there is, I think it's very humane to do that, and then that takes the cost off the city once a year. And I will also tell you that my vet, I've actually taken feral cats to 2 vets, and I've told them this is a feral cat. It comes in a trap. I have a cat trap, but they always give me a discount. They don't do it for $1. I still pay, but they do give me a discount. I just thought I'd put that in. So,
Okay. Moving along, if that's okay. Perfect. The federal lead copper rule program.
So we recently sent out a letter to residents asking to give us information on what they have with their service lines, and we thought maybe we'd invite Dave Griffin, our water
I just
superintendent.
want to know from David how much fun he's had here tonight.
It's been great.
You don't have to say that. We're totally fine with that.
I actually caught a little bit on the way over, just watching it, and so I do kind of like the way you guys interact with each other. It's kind of fun.
Look, that's so
I
nice.
mean, there are city councils
We
that,
are.
kind of pick at each other the other way, and you guys are all get along. So
We're
that's
very
great.
friendly.
Scott and I are talking about feral cats right now, and what happens if you accidentally take your neighbor's cat, thinking it's a feral cat, get it neutered, and then come back and
Stop
find out.
neutering your
I'm very
neighbor's
worried
cats.
about this because I actually did not know that it was my neighbor's. I mean, I didn't do it, but I didn't know my neighbor had a cat. I thought it was a feral cat.
I think that you should.
It could
should
happen,
pay
though.
you. Yeah, I think
I'm so tired.
I'd send you a thank you note.
Anyway, we're happy to move on from the
Okay.
cats.
Okay, so we can advance to that first slide. So,
Or pull it to you or closer.
can you hear me? Sorry. So we have some legislation on this slide, and it goes back to the Safe Drinking Water Act. Over the years, they've made some, thank you, declared what was lead-free. In 14, they upped it. 91, they, declared some levels, started sampling. And really, I think, we were going to send out some letters, and there was some questions about that. And so, I mean, if there are questions about the first 2 things, mainly the focus is the lead copper rule revision, or the LCRR, which was finalized in 2021. And then right after it, there was some more legislation called the LCRI, and they were so close together that they've kind of overlapped. And so if you remember on the news, there's the issue in Flint, Michigan. They changed where they were getting their water from. All water's not the same. There's different chemistry, acid, alkaline. That all affects whether it is corrosive and pulls metal and whatever else is out of your pipes, or it builds up. And so from this, they decided we need to advance what was the lead copper rule of 1991 and say, hey, you've got to make service line inventories, which is every service, both sides, the homeowner side. We call it the city side or the homeowner side, and that's the meter. From the meter to the home would be the homeowner side, and from the meter to the main would be the city side. So this says all of it. And so you've got to find out what's on each side. It changed the trigger level, lowered it, and requires replacement instead of before it was, corrosion control, where you could try to change the chemistry of your water, add a chemical to make it so it wasn't leaching, pulling the metal out of the lines. They did a slight change to sampling, where we're getting the water, the 5th liter instead of the 1st liter, which essentially you're just checking a different part of the pipe based on how much you let out of the pipe in the morning. Instead of the first draw, it's the 5th fill now. Testing in schools Utah was already doing that. They've been doing it for years, and they fund it. You can actually check online. Our schools are up to date. Childcare facilities is a little different, but again, the state has kind of taken that, and I think 2 of the 4 of them are tested, but we don't have to have that done for a few years. So 2024 fell right on, 2021 was finalized and we had to submit an initial inventory, which was, almost 6,000 services throughout the city, and every city had to do this. So it was think of the large cities as a big deal. We got that done, we submitted it. We actually didn't have to submit our inventory, we have it, we just submitted a disclosure that said we're lead-free. Because we haven't found any lead, no lead services. There's no reason from anyone I've talked to or anything I've seen, in the records or institutional knowledge to think that we have any lead. Our samples have always come back very low, way below the 90th percentile. And so on this 2024, the LCRI, now you have to do a baseline inventory, which means basically add a few more boxes to your Excel spreadsheet and check what the connectors are made of and other stuff. And they also changed the verification methods. And so the initial inventory, they kind of softened and said, you can look in the meter can. You can check 1 point on the whole thing from the home to the main. If you see it somewhere, or service record or something, that's verification. Well, now they want 2-point verification. So we need to check the homeowner side and the city side. And so that's where the letters come into play. We have about 800 in our validation pool. So we, in the initial inventory, we found that there was no lead. Everything fit a box, whether we had a service record or we went and looked at it or a customer said this is what it is, we had 0. Now they want us to validate that by 2034. And so it's roughly 20%. And so that's where we are sending out the 800 letters, which are linked to GIS, and they can just scan a QR code and fill that out. And so we're hoping we'll get at least 20% by 2034. Between that and the ones we replace, we'll have more than 20%. They've recently, the EPA said they're sticking, to the 10-year 100% replacement. So, if you're in the Midwest, they're hiring contractors and they're ripping up roads and they're replacing services because it has to be done by 2037. I know there's probably a question about whether it's posted, our inventory online. Each state does it a little differently. Utah, if you're below 50,000, you don't have to post your inventory online. I mean, it's available. If someone were to request it, we would, provide the information they wanted, but it is not on the website. And that concludes what I have. You guys have any questions?
Are we going to do
Yep.
one by one?
Go ahead.
Okay. So it's interesting. So there was a time in my practice where most of us did obstetrics, including myself, so we had a lot of pediatric patients, and we were testing for lead. We never found one positive patient, and in the literature and stuff, most of the lead poisoning hasn't necessarily been from the pipes. It's been from kids eating lead paint, which has been basically resolved. And so we haven't seen a lot of evidence of that. And as many times as we've tested, we've never had a positive one. So I think that's consistent with your thing. But I think the lead problem is going to be more in older cities with older pipes. And fortunately, we're a newer city, so hopefully we're not going to have to replace all of our pipes. But I'm sure we do have lead pipes in some of the older parts, wouldn't we? Or not? So we're okay.
Yeah, we're good. We haven't, there's definitions on different things, and we don't have anything that we're worried about. We don't have anything that's, there would be a full run of lead, and we don't.
Yes,
don't
I've
have
never seen
anything.
any problem in my practice, so.
Yeah. And they've changed, technically, if you go back to before 2014, if I took a valve or a brass part or a meter, it was 8% lead, and that was okay because the EPA said this is the standard in 1986. But then in 2014, we changed it, and we said, actually, it's got to be under like 2%. And so when we say lead-free, it's lead-free based on what that legislation said. And so they've lowered it, and so, I mean, if I put an old meter in, technically it's leaded, but I don't mean it's a full run of pure lead, you know, services.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else?
I've got two questions. One, with the 10 part per billion, what's that mean? I mean, if we test in all across the system and in one place we find it over 10 parts per billion, or what?
So that's a good question. I'm glad you brought that up. So back to our sampling. We do sampling every 3 years. There's 30 samples. And they base it on tiers. I think there's tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And really it's honed to about 1970 to 1980 something. And I think really around here what they're looking for is lead solder. Lead is a metal that's great for a lot of things. Unfortunately, it causes health problems, but they used to put it in everything because of its characteristics as a metal. And so we're testing from a home. We give them a little pint jar and we say, hey, get this on the first draw. So preferably don't use your water all night. That water will sit in the pipes. If there is any lead or copper that is leaching out of the pipes, like the chemistry of the water is pulling that out, it'll be present. And that's where we get the 10 parts per billion. It used to be 15, now it's 10, and so it's a lower action level, and now you can't just say, hey, homeowner, you're at 10 parts per billion, do something. Now it's, you need to replace it, you need to give them a filter, you need to do stuff, and so.
Okay, so it's at each, we may test it lots of places. If we find that at one point, we need to address it right there to keep it under,
yeah.
Hopefully to get it down, but to keep it under 15. But it's not something where if we find that reading in one place, we have to address the entire system.
No.
Okay.
And I mean, it would make sense for us to check our records of neighboring stuff because generally, several houses are built at the same time. But I mean, this could be an old faucet inside of a home that a homeowner refuses to replace. We're not testing our mains. We definitely don't have, I don't know if they even made lead mains, but we don't have that.
If a home has copper pipe in it, is that problematic?
Copper's great. I think it lasts forever. We have it out in the street and it might last 100 years. The problem is if your water is corrosive, it can pull some of that metal out
into the water, yeah.
And then you're getting too much copper.
I've built a lot of homes. I've never built one that did not have copper because I did not like that new pipes with the pressure things. They just scare me to death, and I'm not going there. Copper, I solder it. I do use lead-free solder.
Yeah.
Didn't used to, but I do now. But anyway, just wondered if that's a problem.
Yeah, and our water is not corrosive. It's the other way. We have deposits in the pipe of the minerals. So it's, yeah, we're fortunate not to have that be a concern.
That was really, really great information. Thank you for coming. And really, I know that it's a long meeting to sit through, so we really appreciate it. And it's nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome here anytime. There are some people who come week after week. No. All right, Chris.
We come week after
We do come week after week. Chris, is it, Ernie said they were going to be talking about this tomorrow at one of his meetings, so I assume we'll be talking about this more in a couple of weeks as well?
I think we'll be talking about this more in a couple of weeks. Last year, we had a lot of concerns with just how some of our parks and open spaces looked because they didn't look great. Obviously, we talked earlier about what the water situation is going to look like this year. So that, I guess, is doubly concerning on our part. Where are we going to be at this year? We also, a couple weeks ago, lost one of our irrigation techs, our longest tenured irrigation tech. So that's, again, concerning. Where are we going to be on this and how are we going to water?
Where'd he go?
He left. He had gone to schooling, and I assume he's pursuing a career path that way.
Okay.
Yeah. Ernie mentioned a little bit earlier about AF had talked about maybe delaying the start of the irrigation season. We have some concerns about that. Partly, does it really do any good, or do people just water that much more once they get their water turned on? It also, talking with Josh, he's concerned what that might do to bugs, make it even more inviting to them, and might just really be starting off on a wrong foot on that. We've talked about, I think, in the past, the city council has kind of expressed how the Alpine Highway is considered kind of the gateway to the city, and we want to see that looking as good as it can. One of the questions that we'd like council to talk about or think about, maybe not with an answer expected tonight, but maybe in a couple of weeks, or we'll come back as the season progresses. But we talked, Tavis earlier talked a little bit about our store water and how much do we want to sacrifice of that stored water to irrigate our parks and open spaces. So I just wanted to give a brief kind of introduction. I figured we'd come back in a couple weeks or probably a couple times throughout the spring. I'm happy if the mayor wants to solicit questions or any other input. This is the only slide that I have, and I didn't read it verbatim, but I think I covered most of the points.
Perfect. Thank you. You're up for the next one as well.
So we also
we don't get
had
to make any comments?
Oh, you can make comments. I'm sorry. Please make comments.
Okay, I know
Yeah.
we're trying to move things along.
No, I just basically.
So
you're good.
I think one thing that from our discussions last year, and I brought up having the city look good, and yes, we've got a low water year. Okay, 3 years ago we had too much water. I mean, it varies from one year to the next, and it's hard to say, and it'll be hard to say what happens these 2 months. I'm always an optimist. But I think maybe the important thing is to make sure our system's ready to go. I'm not in favor of delayed watering because the people do dislike what you said. They didn't water too much if everything's dry. But I think what's important is maybe, if it's at all possible, to have, and we've got some of the water filtered now that comes at 6,000 West, but to have a lot of our sprinkler heads maybe checked ahead of time and cleaned out and stuff so that when we do have water, things don't get really dry. Because last year, things got really dry before we really kind of intervened. And I think, so maybe if we're more proactive, and then if there's no water, we just tell people, hey, we haven't got any water, we prioritize, we're going to water the main parks, and sorry. But I think if we start out with everything kind of in optimum shape, which is always the goal and a lot of work, I think that's what I would recommend.
Also, on the stored water you mentioned, is that a bank of water, or is that physical in a tank or a lake? What do you mean by stored water?
In Deer Creek.
In Deer Creek?
Yeah.
So we have an allocation that we have a stored amount. Okay.
Okay. Do you have anything else?
Okay.
No? You're good if you do.
This may not apply to this, but I'm just wondering, I mean, I keep getting this thing in my brain that maybe we need to have an open house for water conservation. I've seen other cities do it, I just don't know how you'd feel about that, Chris, or, I don't know if we can just put it on the website. It just seems like, it's just a thought, nothing more.
I like the idea of education for water conservation, and if we do that with an open house or through the newsletters or other source materials, I would be all for it.
Yeah, I think something we could talk about, what the best way is to do that.
Sure.
Okay. Software.
Software. So we had several residents that came in earlier today that talked about Canal Boulevard, and we were approached not long ago by a company that can help provide data to cities, comprehensive data on speeds, volumes, and accidents on roadways. It's fairly broad software. You could look at any city or any street within the city within a certain window and and get all of the data that you need. Currently, if we wanted that information, we'd have to go out and put out counters. We like the counters to be out for at least 2 weeks. We've got to come down, bring them back in and download that data. And so I think having that information at our fingertips would be very useful when we do get complaints or concerns expressed to us by residents. The company would be able to provide 12 months history of these streets as well. And so not only would it go back 12 months, but if we were to purchase this software, it would continue on while we still, are continuing to use that. The data, once it's collected, is ours, even if we choose to cancel it. Those are the pros of it. The cons of it is it uses the GPS vehicle tracking information to collect that data, and just wondered, is that feel too much like an invasion of privacy, or are there concerns? I know I've seen a lot of residents that are concerned about flock cameras and concerned that, they're being tracked by government. So we just wanted to see what the council would think if we were to look at the software further in depth, or do the
Do you have any kind of a cost estimate?
They're talking somewhere, for a city of our size, somewhere between 25 and 30,000 a year.
Is there any interest, Scott, questions or interest in pursuing this? Councilmember Smith?
It's an added cost, but I think I would support pursuing it.
Councilmember Courtney?
Is there any identifiable data returned, or is it all aggregate data?
As far as I know, it's all aggregate data. I don't think we could look at specifically one vehicle that, in a way, it'd be nice to find out who the biggest violators of speeding policies in the city, but it could be me. I don't know. I would not think so, but I don't think so, Doug. No.
Yeah, in that case, I'm interested as well. But there really isn't, to me, there really isn't a big privacy concern if there's no identifiable data.
I totally support investing in data. The more data we have, the better decisions we can make. It's that simple. And as far as privacy, it's just like the flock cameras. It's not whether or not the camera is there that's invading privacy. It's who has access to it and what do you do with that? And if that's controlled, like flock cameras are, I think a lot of the pushback against flock cameras is a misunderstanding of how it's used. If there's a crime, then it is used for identifiable reasons. Other than that, it's never used for, Ron Campbell's not driving 70 down 35-mile-an-hour zone. That kind of data is just simply not there, and it wouldn't be there, so I support this.
Councilmember Rice?
So, I'm not opposed to something like this. What I had to tell one resident when they were saying, that street has too many, slow down things, and we don't have enough, and, they don't have as many accidents as what we have, and I mean, that's an argument for it, right? Mm-hmm. I finally had to tell her that I said it's the severity of the accident that goes on. So my guess is there's no way to calculate the severity of how an accident goes on. And then do they monitor? I mean, this is in real time, so this is what is visioning in my head. You've got cameras here looking at Highland different intersections, right? And somebody's monitoring that, or not? That's not the kind of data we're
No,
looking
it
at?
doesn't come from cameras. It comes from GPS equipment that's on vehicles.
Okay.
And I don't know exactly the mechanism that you have that collects that data, but I'm sure they have some sort of algorithm that feeds it into.
Could they have they given you a presentation?
They've discussed it. We had talked about having them come in for a presentation.
Yeah, we're just wanting to see if there's enough interest to have them do a presentation for us.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Kim? So, and I just think that's fine. I think we need to just understand then if we get data, there is a group of people who are never going to accept our data. And so
True.
The concerns will still be there. Perfect. Okay.
Clarification, Mayor, do you want us to have them present to you, or do you want us to just move forward with an action item to approve the purchase?
Action item. Do we
I would say bring it back with a little bit more information and exactly what it does.
I'd like a presentation so I understand it better before we spend $30,000
A lot of money.
Thank you
And
for
I'd
that
like to catch up
clarification.
with somebody. I'll catch afterwards and just dig in a little more about the company and the service.
Sounds great. Thank you for the clarification.
And we could talk about whether if that's something everybody would like to see a demo of, or if that could be something that we could do with a couple of council members who are interested in, rather than a full
Having a
demonstration at a
meeting.
full meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, Erin, you had one other comment you wanted to make.
I do, and actually, we got a few questions about the pictures I sent out last week. Hooray, the power box finally got moved and the driveway project is underway. But I wanted to let Chris kind of give you all an update as to where we're at on the status of that project.
They've started the demolition this week. I don't have the exact schedule up in front of me, but I think it's basically 4 weeks. They'll be doing the demolition and then coming in with the concrete, and we should be getting a new driveway. We tried to fit that electrical cabinet, as good as we could back behind it. We'll probably have to adjust the curb a little bit just because there was still so many utility conflicts over there that it was a little bit further out than what we were hoping to get it. But the staff did do the trenching and the conduits, worked with Rocky Mountain Power. They came out and we got it moved.
Did they charge us?
They didn't charge us. We did our work for free. So we donated time and labor and some of the conduit costs, but no fee for their work.
I'd like to just thank Chris in particular, but also Rob and the Public Works staff, and I think that Representative Chevrier and Senator Brammer were involved in this. That this has been a long-running thing. Really appreciate everybody keeping the focus on it, and once we saw a little bit of daylight, really pushing to get us through that gap. So thank you, everybody. This is a big deal for the city and for the fire department.
Perfect. Okay, we need 5 minutes. Back at 9:50 for a work session. 5 minutes.
As we start providing feedback to data, we start providing that, making that available so residents have an idea of what their usage is, and in 2027 we start implementing a usage-based billing.
For the meantime, in the next couple of weeks, we'll be meeting with Lewis and Young with Fred Philpott to start looking at what the actual dollar amount for our rates are going to be. Did have a couple of other slides here, and I also wanted to mention that we have Tayson Arnoldson with our PI system here, and Jeff, of course, stayed. They've been instrumental in starting to implement the metering program for the city. Saratoga Springs implemented their metering several years ago. One thing that they've done, they have 6 different tiers. The tier 1 goes up to 75% of the allotment. Tavis earlier talked a little bit about allotments based on the 4.8 or 5 acre feet per arable acre. The going up as a tier 1 being up to 75% kind of is intended to be a bit of a reward for residents who conserve water. If they use less than what their kind of allotment is, the thought is let's give them a bit of a break. And then again, as you go up, you start using more and more. And I already mentioned, the top tier maybe should be a little bit more punitive. We've also looked at how Alpine does their rates fairly similarly. They have, again, 6 tiers. Their first tier is about 70% as compared to Saratoga Springs at 75%. So somewhere right in that range. I think that's, probably one of our thoughts, that we would look at doing something like that for the first tier. One thing that Saratoga Springs has with their rates that I thought was interesting is they actually have a conservation, a drought and water shortage rate. And I don't know exactly what the trigger is. We'll probably should maybe do some research and see, if it's considered a drought year, then they scale back. I think if you look at that first tier 1, where the normal rate is up to 75%, for the drought and water shortage rates drop down to 60% for tier 1. So I think they kind of drop around 15%. Even if you look at tier 6, it's quite a bit. It's above 250% for the regular rates that they have. But for the drought years, it goes down to only 200%. And I'm just rushing through this. I think we'll probably come back, but there's kind of a list of questions that I thought the council could think about and provide feedback either today or at some future point. It seems like most of the rates now are being based on lot size, so that's kind of our thoughts, but we wanted to, again, get input from the council on that. How does the council feel about that 75% or 70% tier 1 conservation rate that rewards residents who are using less than what their allotments are? In the opposite, should the top tiers be more punitive? And wanted to point out that people that do use that much more water really are taxing our system that much more. It's not something that was part of the design when we looked at the master plan for our utilities, and so it kind of makes sense that they would have a higher rate that would feed back in, that might be able to fund projects that might be needed to help provide that amount of water. Cedar Hills, we've talked a little bit about their rates. American Fork and Pleasant Grove are all looking at those. So far, because Alpine already has some rates, we're kind of looking at them as kind of somebody to maybe model our rates after. Obviously, we need to look at what our system costs are and plug that into the rates to get the exact dollar amounts, but just kind of thought, that might be a good starting point for us. Next staffs, we will, like I said, meet with Fred. We'll bring back options to the city council. I think one thing that we'd really like to do is be transparent as possible through this whole process, but use year 1 to demonstrate how new rates will affect residents, but have those rates set prior to the 2027 irrigation season, and like I said, be transparent. So I think that's everything that I had in this presentation. I went through it really quickly. I'm happy to answer questions or get feedback, or we can do that through emails or whatever works best for the council.
I have questions, but I don't know if it's my turn.
Yeah.
I thought we were starting down here. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I feel like maybe we should start like here.
Tim's motioning to adjourn right now.
But-
No.
but-
I thought what Ernie said made a lot of sense about punishing the huge users. He didn't say punishing, but charging them quite a bit more, right? Was
Yeah.
what his suggestion was.
Yeah. Make it felt.
This is a work session, so I'm not just going to go down the roll.
So we can all say
Yeah,
things.
you can all talk now.
We can
Not
all
at the
talk
same
at the
time.
same
All
time.
at the same
All right,
time.
let's all say
Same
something to
time
Chris
our
and see
camera
who answers first. Who's the loudest?
Ooh.
Okay, I have a question. I do have a question. So I had to go do water meter checks with Cedar Hills and talk to them quite a bit about their system. They already have it all set up. I guess my first question is, you said you're meeting with Fred Philpott to determine numbers and rate. Is that what other cities are doing, or are they just doing it on their own? Because I know Fred costs money.
That I'm aware of have been somebody like Fred. I don't think American Fork has, but I think they kind of do that internally.
Yeah,
From
and
what
Cedar
I've seen,
Hills
I
did
think-
also internally.
Yeah.
But I do have to say this, so when I did talk to Cedar Hills, they actually reached out and got a grant with the Division of Water rights, and basically they were able to work on the tier system with that grant and with DNR, and then also did a whole community transparency marketing thing with them as well. And so actually with with DNR and water, they are helping them monitor it and then determine those rates. So maybe it's just helpful to go talk to Cedar Hills because they basically got a grant to do it all for them.
That's great. We could do that.
I was going to recommend the same thing because I was talking to the city administrator there for some time about it, and I thought it was interesting the process they went through. One thing we're going to run into, though, in Highland, because we were a farming community, I've already had people who believe this, and the community has grown dramatically since I've been here, and I've been here 37 years. It's quadrupled in size. But there's a lot of people, when they created the pressurized irrigation system 25 years ago, when they gave up their water rights and stuff to join the system, they unfortunately were promised at that time that they would have unlimited water. Now, we know that's not realistic because of the growth of the city and all that stuff. But what I'm getting at is we're going to have to do a fair amount of education and communication and being transparent. Because even the last time I ran and stuff, I had people come and say, I was promised that I could have as much water because I gave up all my irrigation or my water rights. So,
and to add to that, Scott, I don't mean to interrupt you, but add to that, I've had one person say, we were told we would never be metered for what we use. Maybe that's the same thing. So go ahead.
The current, this year, how are we giving the information to the residents? Will it be in their utility bill, or do they have to go to the website to look at it?
We're working on getting that included in their utility bill.
That's what I would hope that we'd be able to do. Because very few people are actually going to, I've done it because I was curious and shocked, by the way, with how much I was using at the time.
And I want to say
horrified, to be honest with you.
Horrified.
I believe that we have somewhere around 15 to 18% of our residents that have signed up to be able to view their usage online,
Yeah.
which I think is actually
But
pretty
if we
good
provide it
compared
in the
to-
utility bill, it'll be glaring right there.
Sure.
Here's what it is. And I don't know if in that communication, is there a way that for your size lot, it should be X? And
That's-
here's what yours is.
That's definitely what we'd like to do. Yeah.
Okay, very good. We're on the
And
same
I'd be
page.
glad to be the guinea pig on that, because I'm with Ron, that I'm shocked at how much I used in July and August specifically. June, October's not so bad. But I want to see what it would be, you know, like this year, if you use this, here's your bill now. This is what it's going to be in 2027, right?
Yep.
And I just barely signed up for that. I'm just not sure what that website actually will tell me, just other than how much I'm using, right?
Right.
Does it tell me any of those things?
No,
Right?
no, and it can't do that until we've
We
kind
haven't
of come up with
decided.
those,
We
yeah,
haven't
those
punched
dollar
in.
amounts.
Okay. All right.
I can show you what mine looks like online. I can show you what mine looks like online. I've been watching it. My water, yeah. My husband didn't know I knew how to log in, but I do.
I can't hear.
Yes.
What does he say?
Well,
You can-
I understand that, did you just say that on the website, you can set alarms and triggers to get alerts at various thresholds?
So you would know if you had a water break or if you were just using a lot of water.
So-
Jason did mention earlier that one of the things that was brought up with Cedar Hills is that once they implemented the metering, they were able to find leaks in their system, and that has been something that Highland has
Big
also
leaks.
found.
Right, it wasted millions of gallons.
So how can we get residents to sign up for that? Any suggestions on that from anybody? I mean,
I think we've tried to go out, and it's probably not a bad idea as we are gearing up for irrigation season to put out some more reminders in the newsletter. I do think that probably one of the best ways to get people to sign up is once we start basing their bills on their usage. I think that will garner some interest.
We have an awful lot of parks in the city, and an awful lot of people live close to or travel past parks in their day-to-day. Could we make up some yard signs or something and stick in the parks? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we've had some signs made up in the past that we've put out at like Highland Fling and stuff, but we could probably make some more, I would assume, and put
I
them
have
out.
I have some stands, sign stands.
So I have signs.
Perfect.
Yeah. The other thing I was thinking is we have a lot of people come in and out of the library and that come to city business. Why not have the QR code right there and say, sign up to see how much water you're using? I mean,
It's a great idea.
yeah, and just take your camera in. If it's big enough, I could get
great,
it to work.
yeah.
Kim's gonna put QR codes in all the Easter eggs for the Easter egg hunt. Briggs is gonna fill them.
Okay, yeah, done.
Okay.
What other things do you need direction on, or what other comments does anybody have?
I think Taysom was hoping you'd ask him a specific question directly.
Perfect. Well, I was just waiting to ask him to come up to the front and talk into the microphone. Oh, he's so nice.
He's just kidding. No? Oh, I'm sorry.
Does anybody have any specific questions? Do you feel gypped if you spent this whole night here and then we don't ask you questions?
Well,
Because we don't want you to feel cheated.
well, so right now, don't we have water according to lot size, based on lot size?
So-
Don't we do that now?
We require water rights based on lot sizes or the amount of shares that are given to the city, based on lot size, yeah. But we don't have the rate system based on that.
Well, I think what Councilmember Rice is asking, so we do it based on your lot size, right? But not your usage at this point, right? Is that what you're asking, Councilmember Rice?
Well, I'm asking, yeah. The short answer would be yes, but I'm getting a lot of pressure from a lot of people on what the rates are going to be, and people with 1 acre, and I said, well, have you signed up? Because honestly, I just barely signed up, just barely. So I just don't know how to answer that for them, other than you need to sign up so you can see what you're using, and this year's going to be the test run, but I think people want to know, I want to know personally, to brace myself, because July and August are bad, and I live in a corner lot, and it's a 29-year-old home that was built when we did lots of grass. And I have looked at putting xeriscape in. It was $40,000 just for my park strip. And that was turf, and then rock was about that as well. So and that's where I lose most of my water, is on my park strip.
The only thing I would recommend you add to your answer, Councilmember Rice, is watch agendas, because ultimately it will be you guys who set the
Yeah,
rates.
I know.
And so
I know.
we'll start bringing more details to you and options to you, and you guys can help us be able to answer that question. I mean, ultimately, it will be your decision.
And were we going to have Central Utah Water come back at some point and talk about their
the
grants
strip.
and zeros? Yeah, because we had talked about doing that, and that would make sense to do kind of before we institute this, so that people know all the options.
Absolutely, and I should mention Central Utah too in all of this. So if you remember Yapify, it's our texting communication tool that we have. We have a grant currently through the state with Yapify, and so actually we have not been paying for Yapify for the first 3 years. That grant is ending, and all of a sudden our bill was going to be really high with Yapify, but we've come to use it and really like it. But actually, Yapify is now partnering with Central Utah, to your point, Mayor Bills, to give us a lower rate. Like, we're getting a grant essentially from Central Utah for Yapify, as long as we use the tool for water conservation communication. And so that's something that we could absolutely bring back. I mean, in general, wanted to let you know that. And then number two, but yes, we have been meaning to have Central Utah come back to talk about those conservation options for us.
Right now, we are doing a flat rate 12 months a year, even though the water is shut off. When we do this by actual usage, will it be just the months that it's being used that'll be on the bill, which will significantly increase it?
I know that the way Saratoga does it, they have the base rate that they charge year round.
Okay.
And then the usage is on top of that.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Cedar Hills
That's
has
smart.
a base rate, $38 a month.
Yeah, I would think we would have to do that.
Yeah.
It's good there's some cities we can talk to.
Yeah.
Like you said, with Cedar Hills and,
Alpine and
yeah.
Saratoga.
Okay, any other questions?
And so right now, and I asked this the other day, but right now, we're charged per the month on that, but we only really use it for like 6 months out of the year, right?
Correct.
Anything else? Anybody else? Anything else you feel like you need from us, Chris?
I don't think so. I'm sure we'll have some more discussions going on.
Oh, sure.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good information. It's crazy that we're already here to this place where we've been talking about the fact that this is coming for so long. Okay, perfect. Then I think with that, we are ready for a motion to adjourn to closed session and then the roll call vote.
I can do that. I move that the city council recess the regular city council meeting to convene in a closed meeting in the executive conference room to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation and the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205.
I'll second it.
That was Councilmember Rice and Smith. And let's start down here with you, Kim.
Yes.
Dr. Smith?
Yes.
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 And we're in closed session. Thank you. And we're not taking a break between now and then. We're just going.